A very good morning to everybody. Thank you for arriving well on time. We have some tea and coffee, so please help yourselves if you haven't already. Also, please do begin taking your seats. We would like to begin in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sir, can you confirm the audio? अच्छा, लेकिन वो तो दूसरे उससे जाएगी ना। स्पीकर लाइन जा रहा है।
So first and foremost, let me welcome you to our event for the day. Today we're having the National Dialogue on Unlocking Green Finance for India's urban local bodies through municipal green bonds. Your presence and your participation today is extremely important to us as we strive to explore and expand innovative financing solutions for India's green finance needs. The dialogue today is organized, as you can see, by the Green Finance Center at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. As part of today's dialogue, we will also be hosting a formal launch of the report, which will be followed by 2 panel discussions. With this, I would like to call Mr. Gagan Sidhu, who is Director of the Green Finance Center, to deliver the opening remarks.
Thank you, Shami. Thanks for that. Thanks for kicking off the proceedings of the day. But before I begin, I'd actually like to request our 2 distinguished guests to kindly join me on stage. Ms. D. Thara, I believe, is on her way. She is the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Shri Devashish Bandyopadhyay, who is the Chief General Manager at the Securities and Exchange Board of India. Sir, if you could. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the National Dialogue on Municipal Green Bonds, which will also feature, as Chami mentioned, the launch of a report titled Unlocking Green Finance for India's Urban Local Bodies Through Municipal Green Bonds. At the outset, I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the guest of honor, Srimati D. Thara, who, as I mentioned, is on her way, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, for sparing her valuable time to deliver the keynote address and sharing perspectives on India's municipal financing landscape. I'm sure the audience would be very keenly and eagerly looking forward to hearing her views on topics such as the importance of municipal bonds and green bonds in particular in meeting India's climate and development goals, on the policy and regulatory framework governing their issuance, as well as how municipal credit worthiness can be strengthened to spur municipal bond issuances in general and municipal green bond issuances in particular. I would also like to especially thank Shri Devashish Bandyopadhyay, Chief General Manager, Securities and Exchange Board of India, for sparing his valuable time and indeed traveling all the way from Mumbai to deliver the special address today. Sir, at CW, we are very deeply grateful for your presence today. And the audience, I'm sure, is eagerly looking forward to hearing your views on topics such as SEBI's role in strengthening India's municipal bond market, the evolution of SEBI's green bond and municipal bond framework, SEBI's recent initiatives to boost municipal bond, particularly municipal green bond issuances, as well as a road ahead. How can the market be expanded through greater interaction, through greater participation from the investor base? So, ladies and gentlemen, what exactly is the urgency associated with municipal green bond issuances? Why are we having this dialogue today? Let me share 5 reasons. First, India is urbanizing rapidly, with over 630 million people expected to live in our cities by 2030. This demographic shift presents a dual challenge. On the one hand, there's a pressing need to increase and provide civic services at a much larger scale. On the other hand, the need to enhance deployment of urban climate adaptation infrastructure, for example, and all other kinds of infrastructure at that scale. Second, to ensure that deployment of that essential infrastructure, a significant amount of investment is needed by ULBs. In this context, municipal bonds are one of the many emerging ways in which ULBs can raise financing to deploy that capital. Third, despite an almost 3-decade history, and I think this is quite important, despite the fact that municipal financing through bonds has existed for almost 3 decades, the municipal bond market in general remains incipient in nature. Factors impeding its growth cut across both entity and systemic levels. Fourth, in contrast to the overall trend with respect to municipal bonds, municipal green bonds actually appear to be a ray of hope. And the fact is that they're actually increasing in traction, and 3 of the 4 last issuances by municipalities in the bond market that we tracked were green. Fifth, and finally, in light of the above, it's actually imperative to understand what action is needed to catalyze the municipal bond market in general and the municipal green bond market in particular. What can we do? It's in this backdrop that today's dialogue will also feature conversations with eminent experts and stakeholders who have gathered here today to actually participate in two panel discussions. These two panel discussions, the first on municipalities' experience with raising debt capital and bonds, and the second on role of private sector in municipal bonds, will feature participation from senior representatives from municipalities, the most important of all stakeholders, credit rating agencies who rate the bonds, law firms who provide advice on structuring the bonds, merchant bankers who actually place the bonds in the market, as well as individual experts, as well as individual subject matter experts. Their first-hand knowledge and insights and their collective perspectives as a whole will greatly enrich the proceedings and help answer the most important of all questions, which is how can municipalities, central and state governments, regulators, and investors act in a cohesive manner to unlock the true potential of municipal green financing, which, by the way, and that potential in today's report that we're launching estimates is in the order of thousands of crores or many billions of dollars by 2030. So compare that to the actual amount of issuances we've seen so far. The potential, as we estimate, is staggering. In fact, the report itself also proposes a 4-point RISE framework to help cities increase the issuance of green bonds, to increase the issuance of green bonds and to do so effectively. In short, the R in RISE is for reforming financial practices and transparency, along with improving own source revenue streams, something that would improve and enhance municipality creditworthiness. The I in RISE is for identifying viable green infrastructure projects and accurately assessing municipal debt capacity. The S in RISE is for strengthening internal capacity on finance and sustainability, something that would equip municipalities to better prepare and execute projects. Finally, the E in RISE is for engaging financial intermediaries, including credit rating agencies and merchant bankers, DFIs, and finally all the way down to institutional investors that would actually help municipalities better navigate the regulatory environment as well as boost investor confidence. Before I conclude, I would also like to make a very special announcement. Effective today, we will be operating under a new name, which is the CEW Green Finance Center, or CEWGFC in short. This rebranding is actually reflective of the fact that without losing a sharp focus on mitigation, which is really energy, our work has already organically evolved to go much beyond mitigation to cover aspects such as adaptation as well as other environmental imperatives. Thank you. This actually helps us create many, many more touch points than previously for finance, and today's report is just one example of that evolution. I'm very much looking forward to sharing many more such examples in the coming days. So ladies and gentlemen, as we kick off the proceedings, I'm confident that today's dialogue will contribute significantly to the discourse around the fast-evolving municipal bond market in general and the municipal green bond market in particular. The CEW Green Finance Center is sincerely grateful for your participation, and I look forward to engaging with you during the course of the day. Thank you.
Thanks, Gagan, for the opening remarks. We'll now move on to a short presentation on the report itself, and I'd like to invite Mr. Amlan Bibhudatta, who is a research analyst at the Green Finance Center at CW, to deliver this presentation.
Am I audible to everyone? A little lower? Okay. Is this better? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Chami, for introducing me. So I'm going to present some key findings of the report, and given the paucity of time, I'll keep it very specific. So the report itself is titled "Unlocking Green Finance in ULBs Through Municipal Green Bonds." So before that, a little about CW. CW is among Asia's leading policy think tanks in the climate space. We use data, integrated analysis, and strategic outreach to impact sustainable development and scale. We are a homegrown policy institute. We are a team of 330 plus, and we engage with more than 20 plus states and various other government institutions as well. We work across various themes and thematic areas like low carbon economy, clean air, sustainable finance, etc. So we also have some special initiatives, out of which CW Green Finance Center is one, which is where I work. And moving on to the presentation is basically divided into 4 parts: the context, the muni bond market, the muni green bond market, and some key findings and suggestions. All parts are divided into 3 subparts. So to start with the context, so like all developing countries, India currently faces a twin challenge for rapidly urbanizing and to provide for those urban services, but also at the same time adapting to climate change in the urban context. And this sort of requires a lot of investments in the order of billions of dollars. So the HPEC and World Bank numbers in the timelines of 2012 to 31 and 2021 to 36 sort of estimate this investment to be around $800 billion. Similarly, there must be investments in urban climate adaptation as well. The Government of India's submission to the UNFCCC says that it's about $700 billion by 2030. So given this context, and given that this investment is required very quickly in the next 5 to 15 years, urban local bodies have a very important role to mobilize these investments. And traditional sources of financing infrastructure like secured loans and budgetary allocations may actually not be enough given the scale of the challenge. So municipalities have to sort of mobilize this investment, but they are plagued with their own challenges. Firstly, challenges with having not enough expenditures or budgets. So the municipal budgets in the last 8 years, and there is more recent data as well, but there's no data for the other countries. That's why we restricted to FY12 to 20. The municipal budgets have stagnated around 1%, but recent data by the RBI shows that post FY20 it has caught up to at least 1.3, 1.4%. When compared to expenditures across other levels of government, the state and center regularly spend up to 14 to 17% of GDP, whereas the municipalities spend around 1. So that is 1 out of 33 parts, which is 3% of all expenditure. Now comparing it with China and the USA is not a like-to-like comparison, because they have different context, histories, political economies, and also different sort of government structures. But just to signify the massive scale of the issue is that China and USA spend around 50% and 27% of their total government expenditures on local governments. So expenditures are continued on revenues. Municipal revenues generally consist of their own revenues, tax and non-tax, transfers from the state and center, and borrowings and other inflows. Their own revenues have been on a decline since the last, between FY12 to 18, and more recent data also confirms the same, but at the same time the share of borrowings has been stagnant. It is less than 10%, though there is still a debate on how much the share of borrowings is, because RBI, 15 Finance Commission's data, RBI data, and other sources have a little bit of discrepancies or inaccuracies within themselves. So we choose the World Bank data, which enumerates the top 27 municipal corporations, and we see that within borrowings, guaranteed loans actually dominate the most, and they sort of, in a way, crowd out other sources. Share of bonds within borrowings itself is less than 5%, which means that the share of bonds in the total inflows of the municipality is probably less than 0.5%. Moving on to the muni bond market, So compiling data through various sources, we build a novel data set of 50 municipal bond issuances. This includes corporations, development authorities, all institutions that are concerned with the Article 243W responsibilities. And I would like to thank Janagraha and Dr. Ravikant Joshi, who helped us proofread the data and also give their insights on making it more accurate. These 50 issuance, so the first municipal bond issuance happened in Bengaluru, and the first without guarantee happened in Ahmedabad in 1998. These 50 issuances cumulatively add up to about INR 6,933 crores, and the outstanding issuances add up to 4,464 crores. But this is including one large 2,000 crore bond issuance alone by APCRDA, which is not under the ILMDS regulations, but for the purpose of the study, we have included this in the larger data set. The average yield as per the NSE Nifty India Bond Index is at 8.5%, accessed in February 25. Moving on to the variations or the trends in the market. So the market is very concentrated in the sense that the top 10 municipalities actually cover more than 3/5 of the market by issuance, and only 18 municipal corporations, there are other development authorities that have raised money, but only 18 municipal corporations have raised money, and 239 have not. They are yet to make a debut. In terms of states, the top 8 states cover almost all of the market. The 9th state is Punjab here. So out of 28, there are 19 states that are yet to make a single issuance yet till now. To track the evolution of the market, we also see that there are significant variations in the pricing of these bonds. The green line is the indicative spread. So it's basically the coupon rate at issuance minus the yield of the comparable government security at issuance. So for example, for Indore, it may be a 10-year GSEC yield, and for others, it could be a 5-year as well. So there is a considerable difference even within bonds that are similarly rated, say Ghaziabad and Greater Hyderabad. But that also depends on a lot of factors since this is an emerging market. Tracking the evolution of the market, we see that there are 3 phases of market development. This is also widely cited everywhere. There are 3 phases: incipient phase with 24 issuances worth 1350 crore, but there was a lack of dedicated regulatory oversight. Then there was a stagnant phase. RBI argues that because of JNM grants, municipal bonds were sort of crowded out. In that phase, 7 issuances happened worth 550 crore, and there was a rise in the orange bar, which is the pooled issuances because of the PFDF scheme. But after 2015, because of sort of a lot of efforts on 3 fronts: regulations, facilitations, and incentives, by which I mean regulatory oversight and constant directives and circulars by SEBI, facilitation by SEBI in terms of workshops and also launching of the municipal bond index, and incentives by MAHUA and the state governments. There is a resurgence in the market, and we see that the market is sort of moving towards stronger, more, the issuances are becoming less sporadic and more regular, and in the next financial years, we also expect the market to take off and probably have record issuances. Coming to green bonds, there have been 4 green bond issuances till now at Ghaziabad, Indore, Ahmedabad, and Vadodara, and the total value of those total cumulative value of those bond issuances are 695 crores. So these 3 slides are some sort of analysis that we have done. Out of the last 7 issuances, 4 have been green. In the last decade, the 4 green bond issuances constitute 25% of the market, out of which Vadodara is the only one that has certified itself by a third party, whereas the others are self-labeled. But that's not all. If we categorize bonds into 3 categories: green, non-green, and green potential, based on their user proceeds, and then we align that with SEBI's green bond framework, we realize that around 60%, precisely 58.8 or around 60% of the money that was mobilized in the last decade could have been green. Now, the natural question is there an incentive to tag it, given that you have additional compliances and more cumbersome processes, and you also have to spend more money? Preliminarily, we can argue that at least on an anecdotal level, we see that the indicative spreads of the total, all the bonds, is about 1.6 basis points. Those that are green have 1.111 basis points. Those that are green potential have 1.63. and those that are non-green are 2.28. So there is there is some sort of different. Being green is associated with a lower indicative spread, but this is just exploratory at best. It is not causal, or it could arise out of many factors. So moving on to some key factors and some key findings and suggestions. So we find that at the issuer level, there is a lack of reformed financial practices, to be precise, a lack of accrual accounting practices and periodic financial audits and transparency, poor fiscal health, especially with regards to own source revenues, lack of internal capacity to access bond markets, political economy related issues such as some non-alignment between the political and administrative heads of the municipality, or a change in leadership, and high transaction costs and a cumbersome process for raising bonds. At a market level, as we already pointed out, the issuances have been sporadic in nature, so there is no track record. And as a result, there is no liquidity, which makes the institutional investor response inadequate, which is further entrenched, or which is further made worse off by the small issuance size of the municipalities. At a regulatory level, some municipalities also report that post-issuance regulations have been too stringent, and state-level borrowing provisions are either absent, or when they are there are some inconsistencies or arbitrariness in them, especially with bonds. And in the context of a green bond, there are additional compliances, cost, administrative processes, etc., which disincentivize the municipality to go for tagging the bond. Some factors that are driving issuance are obviously adaptation of accrual accounting systems and disclosure of financial statements, building capacities internally to access capital markets, enhanced fiscal health indicators and credit ratings, synergies and engagement, especially with the state governments. So wherever there's a supportive state government ecosystem, where there is regulatory clarity, there are incentives provided, the bond issuances have been better there. Engagement with important financial intermediaries such as crediting agencies, merchant bankers, trustee, and consultancy firms, etc. And assistance and support from public institutions such as the USAID and US Treasury Department. And other factors such as enhanced governance and service delivery benchmarks and a track record to execute projects. Finally, another emerging factor could be that labeling of the bonds could lead to attraction of dedicated climate-focused investors. However, this is not currently the case. It is still an evolving market. Coming to the framework that we propose, it covers 4 key thematic areas. It's sort of 4 focus areas that municipalities trying to raise, going for a bond issuance should focus towards. It is to reform financial practices and own revenue streams. It is to identify infra requirements and the associated financing requirements, and also to identify the bond raising potential or the kind of leverage they can create. It is to strengthen your internal capacity for accessing capital markets and executing projects and forging partnerships and collaborations for the same. And it is to engage, most importantly, with the financial intermediaries and with the institutional investors. So we also have some key suggestions. They are sort of recommendations / suggestions, and these are that since it's an incipient market till now, after Amritu, the incentive should continue and in the same form, so that it also creates a pipeline of projects and at the same time caters to the the supply of the bonds. The incentive structure could then also be reformed to make it more incremental, to sort of push for larger bond issuances. So currently the incentive is capped at 26 crores for a 200 crore bond issuance, so which disincentivizes the municipality to go for a bond issuance bigger than that. State level regulatory guidance and directives for debt management and bond issuance should be more clear, consistent, and they should also be present where there are not. And state level guarantees should also be there, otherwise the secured loans sort of crowd out the municipal bond issuances. And we also feel that state level push for revamping of pool finance schemes for smaller municipalities should also be considered, and there should also be some small portfolio targets for institutional investors. For instance, the total assets under management for insurance fund, or for all the insurance funds in India, is around 60 lakh crores, which is almost 1,000 times of the municipal bond market. So even a 0.1% portfolio target could capture the whole market. And we also suggest that settlement of municipal bonds happen through the AMC repo clearing. But again, it's a problem that there is no liquidity and with this work or not. And finally, handholding of municipalities to tap into concessional pools of capital that are available majority internationally. With that, I would like to end the presentation. Thank you for listening to me. So I would love to learn from the practitioners and experts present here over the course of the event. Given the paucity of time, I would call Charmi to commence.
Thank you, Amlan, for the great presentation. I think it was extremely important to have this for context setting and to, understand the dialogue going forward. I'd now like to invite Mr. Debashish Bandyopadhyay for his special address. He is the Chief General Manager at the Securities and Exchange Board of India. At SEBI, he is in charge of policy initiatives related to corporate debt, investment trusts, securitized debt, and several other forms of work. His work portfolio also includes regulating the issuance of bonds by municipal corporations and formulating new policies thereon. He has been at SEBI for over 25 years and has been across several departments. Further, he has also been a visiting faculty at the National Institute for Securities Markets. Thank you, sir, and we welcome you here.
Thanks for the kind introduction and the kind words. So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be in this August gathering, wherein for the national dialogue on the municipal green bonds. It's a privilege to address this gathering, organized by the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. This dialogue is both timely and critical as India charts its course towards the Viksit Bharat 2047. At this inflection point, the role of green finance in urban local bodies cannot be overstated. It is the foundation upon which we must build our climate resilient, sustainable cities of the future. Today's gathering underscores our collective commitment to fostering sustainable urban development through innovative financial instruments. With this perspective, I would like to delve into the significance of municipal green bonds in fostering a robust and transparent green finance ecosystem. India is on an ambitious trajectory of growth, striving to become the Viksit Bharat. Addressing this vision requires large-scale investments in sustainable infrastructure. It is estimated that by 2047, nearly 50% of India's population will live in urban areas. This urban growth presents both opportunities and challenges, particularly in ensuring that development is sustainable and resilient to climate change. Addressing these challenges requires an urgent shift towards sustainable financing mechanisms, and green finance is the key enabler in this transition. With India aiming to achieve net zero emissions by 2070 and to meet its ambitious climate growth targets, cities will play a key role in driving this green growth. Given that cities contribute nearly 70% of India's GDP and account for a significant amount of carbon emissions, investing in green urban infrastructure is essential for economic growth and climate resilience. Green finance for the urban local bodies provides a structured approach to fund projects that align with environmental and climate priorities. This includes investment in renewable energy infrastructure such as solar and wind projects for urban power supply, sustainable power mobility including electric buses, metro rail expansions and pedestrian-friendly transport systems, water and waste management ensuring efficient resource use, treatment facilities and water conservation efforts, and climate adaptation measures such as flood-resistant urban planning and green buildings. However, financing these products remains a challenge at this particular scale, and traditional sources of finance, such as for the municipalities, such as property taxes, grants and user charges, are often insufficient to meet the demand for this green urban infrastructure. And this is where municipal green bonds will come into play. Municipal green bonds stand as the intersection of finance and sustainability, offering a powerful tool to bridge the infrastructure financing gap while ensuring that our cities develop in an environmentally responsible manner. These bonds have multiple advantages. They are dedicated financing for green projects, ensuring that funds are allocated exclusively to environmentally sustainable initiatives, attracting ESG investors, tapping into the growing pool of institutional investors seeking green and sustainable investment opportunities, reducing the cost of capital, potentially lowering borrowing cost due to high investor interest in climate-focused bonds, and enhancing financial discipline. A bond structure would encourage transparency, accountability, and better governance practices among the urban local bodies. And these bonds would also align India's urban expansion with global climate commitments such as the Paris Agreement and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Despite their potential, municipal bonds in India currently account for around just 0.01% of GDP compared to nearly 15% in the United States. This highlights the vast untapped opportunity in setting up the municipal bond market. Notably, India's green bond issuances have seen a positive trajectory with no defaults reported on green bond repayments, underscoring their credibility and viability as an investment class. Given the size and the number of municipalities in India, the green bond issuances could significantly increase the scale of capital mobilized at local levels. SEBI introduced as you all know, in 2015, SEBI introduced the municipal bond regulations, and in 2017, SEBI issued a circular on the disclosure requirements for issuance and listing of green debt securities in 2017, thus ensuring transparency and accountability in the utilization of proceeds. Recognizing the evolving landscape, SEBI enhanced these guidelines in 2023 to include a broader spectrum of sustainable projects. So when we mean green, we also mean blue, yellow, municipal green bonds, and which would hit the market shortly. So scaling up the municipal green bonds, India's green bonds is expanding, and investment energy bonds are also, renewable energy sectors are also important, as they represent around 41% of India's GHG emissions. The potential of green bonds in driving India's sustainable urban development is immense. To scale up municipal green bond issuances, it is essential to strengthen creditworthiness through structured financial supports, guarantees, blended finance, credit enhancements, wherever the need may be. And there is a pressing need to enhance capacity building for urban local bodies in structuring, issuing, and managing green bonds, which is crucial to ensuring market participation. So even as we conduct the various workshops, think tanks such as the CEW or the intermediaries and market participants in the audience as I speak, we would ensure that they educate the urban local bodies further to ensure further capacity building in this regard. So today's national dialogue on green finance in urban local bodies is a timely and much needed initiative to bolster India's green bond market. Such dialogues play a crucial role in fostering collaboration among regulators, policymakers, investors, and urban local bodies, ensuring we collectively work towards unlocking the full potential of sustainable finance. By facilitating knowledge exchange, identifying challenges, and exploring innovative solutions, I am hopeful that this platform will drive India's municipal green bond market to the next level. As we move towards Viksit Bharat, it is imperative that we integrate sustainability into every aspect of our economic and financial systems with strong regulatory frameworks, markets, confidence, and multi-stakeholder collaboration. I am sure and I am quite confident that India will be well positioned to lead the green finance revolution. I extend my sincere appreciation to CEW for organizing this dialogue, and I thank all the participants for their commitment to strengthening India's municipal green bond market. Together, let us seize this opportunity to build resilient, climate-conscious, and economically vibrant cities, driving India's transition towards a sustainable and a green and a prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing our audience today. We would just like to take a short break at this point. We have some snacks which are there for you all as well. And when we return from this break, we'll have the keynote address by Ms. D. Tara, and we will also commence with the report launch. Thank you everyone for taking your seats and apologies for cutting short the break. We will have a longer tea break after the report launch. I welcome Srimati D. Tara to our national dialogue today, and I invite her now to deliver the keynote address for today's session. She is Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. She is also a 1995 batch officer of the Indian Administrative Services from the Gujarat cadre, and she has held several key positions in the state. These include managing the Amrit scheme, being Municipal Commissioner of Ahmedabad City, being Managing Director of the Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation, and Chief Executive Officer of the Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority. Notably, she has also played a pivotal role in the implementation of Ahmedabad's bus rapid transit system and contributed significantly to urban development initiatives in the state. Thank you, ma'am, for making it to this dialogue, and we invite you to deliver the keynote address. Ma'am, thank you.
I don't know what she told. I was just busy talking to Sir Deputy General Manager Sali. Good morning, everybody. I'm very honored to be here because I don't know, I didn't even see what was the function. So in the morning I asked, I had to go somewhere, what is the function? Then they said green bonds. I said, okay. Because we keep like an untargeted missile running from pillar to post. Good morning to everybody. I personally think there are many practitioners here and some known faces. I personally think every bond which is issued by a city is a green bond. I think because city, if any infrastructure improves, it creates a little bit of efficiency in terms of carbon sequestration. So it's a green bond. Good to add that initial to it. If you lay a road, you are going to mitigate the dust. Therefore, the air pollution. If you lay a pipeline, you are going to protect the groundwater because it is a surface source which will be taken care of. So that is also a green bond. You are conserving water. If you treat water, so what project, whichever project you take and you put your finger on it, where there is a density of so many people per hectare, you are going to make it efficient. So I think all the city bonds can safely be called green bonds. Whoever is defining the green bonds may please elaborate in typical language so that it looks very sophisticated, but it includes all the bonds. It has to. I mean, there's no reason why any of the bond can be outside that purview. The second thing which I wanted to tell is, I think this model of 100 crores, 200 crores, people reorganizing themselves in terms of finance and then going to marketizing, this game is good for some municipalities or some municipal corporations. But the game size and the way it is operating has to change. Can we give small bonds? I was just discussing with them. I think we are not able to think because we are immediately getting into a transaction cost. I can tell you initially, if need be, transaction cost can be borne by Government of India. But if a small municipality wants to raise a 20 crore bond and do a project, raising the bond is not the issue. Raising a debt is not the issue. Today there is no bond market maturing, not because of two things. One is people are raising bonds sometimes but not able to achieve the end objective of doing a work, doing that project, delivering on it. And therefore that is a most important thing, that cities start borrowing 5-10 crores and then do a project, prove it, and go after 6 or 7 months or 1 year again to the market and borrow 10-20 crores. See, once you say 100 crores or 200 crores and you reorganize your finances, many a times this doesn't work very well. There are pooled bonds, there are financial intermediaries, but I am looking at a model where these intermediaries, let them stay, let them do what they are doing. Nobody is saying we should replace that effort. But what I am asking is, Can there be, PM Swanidhi Yojana? Have you heard of it? It was decided we will take street vendors, we will give them 10,000 rupees by Honorable PM for their, after COVID, for giving that little economic stimulus to restart their business because they are under tremendous stress. I think we have crossed 80 lakh loans or plus, but 67 lakh beneficiaries or more than that. I am not updated on the figures. But it was a proactive push towards a small amount towards these people. The logic of this was, once they repay 10,000, they will get 20,000 next time. And if they repay 20,000, they get 50,000. I think we need to start a scheme. I can tell you these bonds and these market finances will not work till there is a habit of borrowing and repaying, How do you create a habit of borrowing and repaying in ULBs? And getting a project executed, even if it is 2 crores, it's okay. It's a small road, it's a small lake, it's a small thing. See, we are looking big because because the cost which we think as professionals engaged in this sector should be so high. So transaction cost can be borne by us, we can support it from Government of India, no worries. If you want, I can make a scheme where right now we have a scheme that every 100 crore you raise, we'll give you 13% if it is a green bond and 10% if you are raising it for the second time. And 2% is we do interest subvention, right? So we can put in a small money to say if you are going for bond and all the background work and all the transaction costs, we will bear. But let there be a pipeline created of money for the smaller municipalities with minimum entry barriers, with a small sovereign guarantee. Can this happen? How do you structure it? See, if you start working with whatever models you have and start tinkling with it, 25 years we have been tinkling with it. We have just reached around 4,000, 4,500 crores rising from the market. I mean, India what a number of cities are 4,900, assuming even 1,000 cities should have by now raised bonds. We have been successful only in 15 cities or 14 cities. And I don't know how many of them have put the money to the project and completed it and got back. So, and also I don't know whether there is an organic connection between completion of project and bond. Is it the organic connection between repayment and borrowing or the connection between project execution and bond? So somewhere those things are really loose, to my mind these are the most important and clinching things. If I am not able to make a habit to the municipalities of borrowing and repaying, I will not be able to develop this market in India in the way we want it. We may be happy with one city raising the money here and one city raising. And one more thing is, bond is not the only form of market finance. We can have project linked loans. We can have financial closure of privately coming finance, structuring the outcomes as part of the project. It's not loan, but it's PPP. PPP where the private sector is delivering certain thing for a certain cost and assured returns. It could be a whatever. But I don't know, we need to work on it. And I was just telling them, can we work on a model called Municipal Bond Light? What is that we are asking in Municipal Bond, whether it is SEBI, whether it is investors, can we work? And I can tell you in Swanidhi what is the amount of recovery, It is 97% plus. I am sure it is almost 99%, but 97% I know of. So there are third loans of 50,000 being taken by the Swanidhi. Can we bring in this graded response? आप 2 करोड़ लो, खर्च करो, repay करो, 10 करोड़ मिलेगा, 10 करोड़ खर्च करो, repay करो, then 50 करोड़ मिलेगा. So then even the municipalities get empowered that अच्छा 1 करोड़ लेने में तो दिक्कत नहीं है छोटा municipality को. But the entry and the transaction, what can we do about it? How much can it be digital? How much can it be light? And how much can it be, we can even, say that if some, we can push these 200 municipalities to borrow, we can put, 200 crores as a corpus fund to guarantee that. There is a scheme on the MSME ministry, CGTSME. You know that, I mean, you guys must be knowing it. Look at that model for municipalities. I think we need to change the effort going on in the big bonds and big municipal corporations, correcting the accounts, double entries and all that, let it go on. Can we quickly look at 100, 200, 300 municipalities getting 50 lakhs to 1 crore in the next 6 months and doing a project, coming out and come back in 6 months to get another 5 crores if they've done it well and repaid it? I'm very passionate about this part because I think it's easy to claim victory of 10, 15 municipalities. That's not the idea. Idea is it should become the way of life. The only thing you have to see is there a team which will execute this project? Is there a ring-fenced finance to repay for this project or a sovereign guarantee? And the third thing you have to see is the overall ecosystem, political and bureaucratic willingness to buy into this project and lead it from the front. Now how do you structure this in that format so that you are only giving 2 crores, not 100 crores. So small investors can also come into this market. These can be called citizen bonds. Instead of calling citizen bonds as Delhi ka citizen bond market mein invest kar raha hai, these can be called citizen bonds. I personally came here to tell you that only, that I am not sure this model of, we are talking about we should raise 1% of GDP, 10% of GDP. You have to start working. It has to become a habit. Once it becomes a habit, then you are out after 2, 3 years, 4 years. Those guys will manage, market will take care of it. So we should create a borrowing habit and we should create a small lending habit. How do you do this is what my question is for municipalities. I think some of your municipal authorities are here. I saw Navsari Municipal Commissioner. Who else is there from municipality? Is there somebody from municipalities, municipal corporations, municipalities? Okay. You're from where? Huh? Delhi Municipal Corporation. Okay. See, what I'm trying to say is it could be just as small a project as we will improve this road structure for you. We will ensure that this time the stormwater will not stay, we'll lay a stormwater and evacuate it through and through in this ward. See, many times these things have real connect with the people. There is bond, there is project, but there is no connecting the people. It has become a very glamorous activity for the administrators. हमने bond किया, so much subscription, ये वो. I mean, I think it's like saying now that कोई स्कूल ही नहीं जा रहा है, उसमें एक बच्चा फर्स्ट रैंक ला रहा है, तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Is that the level of response India would require? Or we need to really up the game by doing something which is different, but at the same time continuing these efforts, but different in such a manner that there is a small municipal bond light, which is light because there is not much of entry barriers, which is light because there is not much of heaviness on the lending and borrowing, and which is light because it is quick and in time, 1 year. You are done, you are repaying part of it. So if you have repaid 50% of it, you get 5 crores. Second tranche. If you don't repay, I mean, there is a sovereign guarantee, it can be taken care of. So these are some of the thoughts which I was having, and that's why I came to just talk to you. Sorry guys, I have to rush back. Some report has to be released. You want us to release, you can also release yourself. So can you get that report? I'll release and then leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the address, ma'am. I would just also like to call the authors of the report on stage for the formal report launch, along with a copy of the report itself.
So that's what I say. How do you change this credit rating criteria? Because you eliminate, which is the bond so far issued without sovereign guarantee. Every bond is issued with sovereign. Yes, state government guarantee के बिना कोई bond नहीं issue होता. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट गारंटी देती है, हर बॉन्ड का अप्रूवल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट दे रही है, तब जाके बोलो टेक्निकली नहीं है, बट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अप्रूव करती है तो लोगों को अच्छा लगता है। और जब पैसा नहीं आएगा तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के पास जाके खड़े रहेंगे ना, आपने अप्रूव किया था। Lovely. I think the author of the report, unlocking green finance for Ishan. Good. Thank you. No, you have to come back with a different model. ये model को continue करेगा, different model ले, जिसमें what is that you want from us? Money is not my problem. My problem is making a habit and really doing it. I think you can even start with 25 lakhs. This whole principle of PM Swanisthi goes about. Today you have 80 lakh street vendors into the 80 lakh or 1 crore loans because they've borrowed the third time. Because there is this thing of borrowing more. Borrowing more is the incentive for repaying it properly and doing the project properly. So somebody is all happy about raising bonds but not really looking at what it is doing to us.
There's also some examples of pooling that happens at the board level.
नहीं वही मैं बोलूँ, आप 1 करोड़ भी 100 म्यूनसिपैलिटी को दे दो, 100 करोड़ हो जाए, वो अगर अच्छा काम करता है। Anyway, because I've been talking, the first time I used this word municipal bond light is in a think tank in US last week. So now I will also think and formulate a scheme. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanking both our esteemed guests for making the time to come here and officially launch our research report. We will now have a longer tea break before we begin with both of our panel discussions for the day.
Hello, sir. Hello. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you, sir. Just we wanted to confirm the audio. Thank you so much, sir. Hello.
I just checked from PCMC. Is the audio audible? I just wanted to check on. the audio है audio हमारा?
जी
Okay. जिन था वो.
हेलो
Hello everyone, requesting everyone to please take their seats because we'd like to begin the panel discussion now. Thank you and welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the refreshments and you also had a chance to connect with one another. We will have two panel discussions today in quick succession. And introducing the first panel for today, which is titled Municipalities' Experience with Raising Debt Capital and Bonds. We know that municipal bonds are a critical tool for funding infrastructure, public services, and economic development. But the process of issuing and managing debt comes with significant opportunities and challenges. This discussion will explore first-hand experiences from experts who are working in and with municipalities, including strategies for accessing capital, navigating market conditions, managing credit ratings, and engaging with investors. With that, I would like to introduce and call upon each of our esteemed panelists for the first session. I'm also requesting each of the panelists to come on stage as I call out your names. First, we have Mr. Anurag Arun, who serves as Principal Consultant to AKS Consultancy Services. He brings over 26 years in domestic debt capital markets and specialization in advisory for fundraising. He has advised many municipalities on bond issuances, including Lucknow and Ghaziabad. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Mr. Santosh Tiwari, who is a seasoned accounting professional with 27 years of experience across ULBs. He specializes in financial management, administration, and strategic planning. He is currently serving as the head accountant of the Vadodara Municipal Corporation. He has played an instrumental role in both the bond issuances by the Vadodara Corporation. Currently, he serves as Member Secretary of Gujarat's State-Level Committee for Pooled Municipal Bonds, and he plays a key role in advancing municipal funding initiatives. Next, we have Ms. Sujata Shrikumar. She is Managing Director of Power Tech Infrastructure, which is an infrastructure and financial advisory firm. She has over 30 years of experience in the field across project development, financial structuring, and bond market development. As in her previous capacity as Director of CRISIL, she was also responsible for developing the credit rating framework for one of the first municipal bond issuances in India by the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. Welcome, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Shekhar Singh, who is currently serving as the Municipal Commissioner of Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation and CEO of the Pimpri-Chinchwad Smart City Limited. He is a civil servant with a strong engineering background and a passion for sustainable development. His leadership has sparked transformative urban projects, notably the Harit Setu Master Plan for Sustainable Mobility. Next, we have Mr. Varun Kaushik on the panel, who is Director, AK Capital Services. He is a chartered accountant having more than 17 years of experience in capital markets. He has worked extensively with various government organizations for structuring and placement of innovative debt financial instruments, including across over 50 urban local bodies as well. Welcome, sir. This session will be moderated by Ms. Shrestha Saraswat, who is Senior Manager in Janagraha's Municipal Owned Revenues and Borrowings team. In her role, she works closely with senior leadership in union government, state and local governments, constitutional bodies, multilateral institutions, and market regulators to drive systemic reforms to catalyze municipal own source revenues and borrowings. She has also co-drafted the property tax and profession tax rules for Tamil Nadu's urban local bodies in consultation with state and ULB officials. Previously, she was also a policy consultant in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. Thank you for moderating the session. While most of our panelists are here in person, Mr. Santosh Tiwari and Mr. Shekhar Singh will be attending virtually due to some last-minute unavoidable circumstances. And with that, I hand over to Ms. Shrestha. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you to the organizers for organizing this excellent convening on a rather under-researched topic and giving me the opportunity to moderate this discussion. We have an esteemed panel here today, and during the course of this discussion, as the MC already pointed out, we would hear from them on urban local government's experiences in going for municipal bond issuances, including green bonds, identify common challenges that urban local governments have faced in the process, potential hurdles that are actually stopping the growth of the municipal bond market, and also potential strategies or reforms that are necessary for taking the municipal bond market at least to 10x in the next 5 years, hopefully. So without further ado, I'd just like to set some house rules. Would request each of the panelists to keep their interventions to under 5 minutes so that we can actually hear from everybody. And at the end of the moderated discussion, we'll have a brief Q&A session where we'll open the floor to the audience. So yeah, I'd like to begin with Mr. Shekhar Singh, Commissioner PCMC. Sir, Pimpri Chinchwad has successfully actually raised both a normal municipal bond with a 200 crore issuance in 2023 and is also in the process of undertaking a green bond issuance. What were the major factors that led to PCMC deciding to opt for raising funds through the mini bond route? And did the corporation also have to undertake any major reforms, be it with respect to project development or financial management, before going for the bond issuance?
Good morning everyone. Almost good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for calling me to be a part of the panel. PCMC, we raised our first municipal bond that was 2023. That was a ticket size of about 200 crores. That was our first experience. Municipal bond that was done with regards to a riverfront development project that we are, a river rejuvenation project that we are undertaking on Mora. Frankly speaking, that's a snapshot. Initially also, it was also said in the morning as well, Dharanam also mentioned about it. One quick thing that I just wanted to put it out right across. There are a lot of municipal corporations, PRDs, they are using their own panel, earlier as well, in common panel, the bonds. Municipal corporations like PCMC, Vadodara, Indore, Surat, etc., the ones who are actually doing well overall in terms of revenue, buoyancy and other things, I think these municipal corporations will have to take that dive. Currently, if you look at the infra creation that's happening in municipal cities, it's almost happening on a 100% equity basis. Nowhere in the world do you create infra on 100% equity basis. At least PCMC we have been doing till now. So the first municipal bond was the first actually debt instrument that we were actually dipping in. Whereas the debt capacity of the municipal corporation is much more. So I think we all, especially the municipal corporations, who can afford to do it. There are a lot of states are also trying to look at pooling finance. Gujarat is doing, Tamil Nadu also has gathered into it, Maharashtra is also thinking about it. So municipal corporations will have probably a few issues with regards to financial health. The municipal corporations who can do is must do to give an infra which the cities need today in the future, and not the infra that the city required 10 years back. Otherwise, more often than not, we create infra which the city required 5 years back or 10 years back. So if we want to create an infra of the future, if we want to create the infra that the people of our city require now, I think we need to get out of the mode of 100% equity infra creation and move towards a healthy mix of a debt and equity both, so that we're able to create meaningful infra. In terms of the reform that you asked me, I think PCMC, when I joined, I was lucky enough to be in a municipal corporation where the basics of the reforms are all set. So frankly speaking, PCMC implemented double entry accounting system way back in 2005-06. And we were following National Municipal Accounts Manual right from that point of time. Our accounting system we also digitized in 2010-11 under the digital innovation that came under Devan at that point in time. So I had a platform readily available with me, and even now we have moved on recently to a SAP-based FICO system. It's a new ERP system that we implemented in PCMC, where our finance module has also shifted to a SAP-based FICO system, which helps you in terms of preparing your audited finance accounts, all the other statements, etc., that are required, and the compliances that are required whenever a municipal corporation goes for issuing of the bond. So all these reforms are very critical. The municipal bodies who are thinking further, both the things, the digitization as per the National Municipal Account Manual, double entry is something which is a thing of the past, frankly speaking, but not all cities have still moved on to the double entry accounting system, but that is the first and foremost thing that is required. Secondly, I think a lot of municipal corporations are not able to prepare balance sheet or audit account sheet even 1 year after the end of the financial year. We need to get into a system that immediately after the end of the financial year, we should be ready with the audited balance sheet, etc. within a month of ending of the financial year. And that is something that cities need to start doing, and I think that is something that PCMC has been able to do, and we've been able to deliver on that count. One finally moving on, apart from the some non-financial reforms, for example, property tax reforms, because in terms of having investor confidence, in terms of having the confidence in the market, the buoyancy of your revenue increase must be visible for all to see. And that buoyancy can come majorly from property taxation, because the other methods and tools are something which take time and which are sometimes not in our hand. For example, GST accruals that I get from the state government is not in my hand actually. There is a level that which there's an entity, and every year we are getting 10% extra GST accruals that goes from Government of India to Government of Maharashtra, then to local body. That also doesn't happen in few states by the way. Maharashtra is very regular with the GST accrual that should come to the local body. So similarly, in the property taxation reform, right from using data, using a data-driven decision-making approach to deploying drone surveys where we could unearth about 2.5 lakh unassessed properties which are not there in our assessment net earlier. And we could increase our property tax revenues by almost about 350 crore year on year. The current demand itself increased by about more than 300 crores. So this buoyancy that we need to reflect in your not just property taxation but other revenues as well, so advertisement revenue, your water billing revenue, your building and development charges, land value capture, etc. All that buoyancy is also very important, which also requires some underlying reforms in all these sectors. We'll not go into that today, is not that day. And also in terms of having a transparency in the governance, whether it is with regards to grievance redressal. So we have a smart Saturday platform. It's a very robust platform in terms of providing citizen engagement and also in terms of providing transparency. We've implemented GIS-based ERP system, almost the first GIS-based ERP system by a municipal body anywhere in India. We are shifting to our e-office from 1st April 2025. So all these factors also bring in a sense of transparency, not just from citizen point of view, but also from a market point of view. So both financial and non-financial reforms is something that the urban local body should be focusing on whenever one intends to go for a bond.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. And we move on to Mr. Tiwari next. Vadodara has been one of the pioneers in India's muni bond space and is one of the only 3 cities that have actually gone for a green bond issuance so far. What were the major challenges that the corporation faced in preparing for a bond issuance back in 2022? And did the bond raising process lead to any institutional strengthening?
Good afternoon all. Shekhar sir, good afternoon to you also. It's my pleasure to be again to participate as a panelist. See, we are not the pioneer actually. Pioneer is the Pune if we talks about the regular bond, and in green bond it is Ghaziabad. But yes, ours was the first globally certified green bond. See, many cities have floated the bonds, but why Vadodara or Pimpri is being always emphasized? The reason is that the leaders from the urban local body has taken the lead, and when the leaders from urban local body takes the lead, many challenges are easy to overcome. So when in 2022, when we had gone for the credit rating was the biggest challenge, because our credit rating was A+, if we consider the standalone rating. Apart from that, we were lagging behind this, our financials also. 5-6 years, our financials were ready up to 2014-15 also, and many other things regarding this court cases and everything, all these things, which latest data was not there. Date of incorporation, I was aware, but documentary proof was not there. So many such things were there. So the first target was to take the and apart from the political will and administrative will, both the wills were missing at that time. But with the help of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, we were able to convince our administrative wing, and later on our administrative wing means municipal commissioner and I were successful in convincing our political wing also. See, borrowing money in urban local body is treated as a not good thing. They said that there is something problem if you people are going for the borrowing. Actually, borrowing in limitations are the healthy sign for any urban local body. If we want to improve ourselves, then we should go for the borrowings, and especially for the municipal bonds. So when we had gone for the municipal bond, there were many challenges which I said. Apart from that, changing our mind, we generally work in government culture. So first of all, we have to transform ourselves, and we have to adopt a corporate culture. Our working was in vernacular language. We have to translate all the documents in English and all this thing. So all these things we had overcome. And again, I said the interaction involvement from the top leadership of urban local bodies makes the bond issuance successful. Regarding in green bond, there was not much challenge except for certification. The certification cost at present, it's very high actually. And then at this level, leaders, administrators are not able to justify the cost of that to political wing. See, very cheap cost fundings are available, that too without compliances to urban local bodies. When leaders like Pimpri or Pune or Indore or Surat, Ahmedabad, they go to show the way to other corporations also. And we had also tried to follow the footsteps of them, and we had been successful by adopting many reforms. I'm not talking about all reforms because Sekhar sir has already talked about the financial reforms, accounting system, and all these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. Moving on to Mr. Varun Kaushik, Director, EK Capital Services. As a merchant banker and advisor to several of the ULGs that have issued municipal bonds in the recent past, what are some necessary entry-level conditions in terms of financial management reforms for ULGs to issue a muni bond? And what are some common challenges that urban local governments face when preparing for a muni bond issuance?
Hi, good afternoon everyone. So I will start briefing this since 2015 when this smart city mission was initiated by the central government, and then SEBI came up with the guidelines for issuing the municipal bonds. Since 2015 to 2025, we have seen some 17 issuances which are under the SEBI regulations. There was another issue of 2,000 crore rupees which was a municipal bond but not under the SEBI regulation, although they got the incentive from the central government. So in initial years, in 2017 we saw the first issue from Pune, and then in 2018-19 we suddenly saw the spike. We saw some 8-9 issuances in the year. After that there was a sudden decline in last 4-5 years. Again there were some 6-7 issuances. Now again in this financial year we are seeing a sudden surge in the municipal bond issuances. We from AK Capital, we have filed 5 issuance to SEBI in March only. Another issuer from Gujarat, Gandhinagar, they have also filed. So there are 6 filings to SEBI in March only. And we are targeting another 4 to 5 filings in maybe April or May. So we can see launch of 10 to 12 municipal bonds in first quarter of next financial year. In terms of the eligibility criteria, it's quite simple. In case of any municipality is going for private placement, the criteria is very simplified, and the definition of eligible issuer is very comprehensive, which is done by SEBI time to time. In 2019, they have modified the regulations. Now, all municipal corporations, including urban local bodies, development authorities, and any other entity which is incorporated or engaged in the functions defined in Constitution of India, Article 243. So now things are very comprehensive. In terms of financial management, majority of municipal corporations, they are still lacking that thing. They are running on single entry system. Corporations like Vadodara and PCMC, they are running like they both, because Shekhar sir is there and Santosh sir is also here. So we are working for PCMC as merchant bankers, and we have filed. So both have done. This is the second issuance of PCMC, and Vadodara, they have already done 2 issuances. So in second issuance, we have realized that now in first issue also that they are working as corporates. Once they will engage the services of transaction advisors. They do their homework first, and then they approach the market for appointment of intermediaries. So financial management and other in terms of approvals. For example, if they are going for a particular project they need a project finalization. Once they will finalize the project, they will take the approval of their governing council, which is an elected body, and then state government approval and finalization of accounts. Once these 3 things will be done, then they shall approach the market. But most of the municipal corporation, they approach the market before doing this thing, and then they waste another 3-4 months along with the other intermediaries.
Shekhar sir, just considering you've already covered the reforms that PCMC had to undertake, and it also talks about what other urban local bodies can actually look towards. Just in terms of ensuring transparency and investor confidence, both during and after the bond issuance process, how did PCMC undertake, and what steps did PCMC undertake? And for essentially ensuring investor confidence, what lessons can PCMC's experience have for other open local bodies that are yet to tap the muni bond market?
I think the SEBI guidelines have government already mentioned. Frankly speaking, if you ask me to portray a level of transparency and portray a level of confidence in the market as far as the regulatory framework is concerned. So it goes without saying that the regulatory compliance, which starts, about, say, I could say 5 to 6 months before we file the PPM with the SEBI. So the entire compliances that, for example, merchant bankers, the last municipal bond, we had SBI Capital, this current municipal bond, AK Capital is there. So I think they play a very critical role in terms of trying to ensure that the compliances from a regulatory point of view are absolutely in order before we file for the PM with the SEBI. So I think that is first and foremost. Second, I think the due diligence process, right from merchant bankers to the legal advisors that you take up, or the venture trustees that you take, the entire due diligence process also builds in a confidence before we go to SEBI, the SEBI waiting, etc. And by the time you come to the market in terms of that, I think the regulatory compliances take care of as far as the the transparency and other investor confidence things are concerned. Of course, the credit rating becomes one very important barometer of how the market views the municipal corporation, and not just the municipal corporation. There's a credit rating both for the municipal corporation and for the bond that we issue based on the structuring of the bond that we've done. That goes without saying. All your audience know that already. But with regards to, for example, PCMC, we're a AA rated municipal body, and both the bonds, the earlier bond and the green bond that we are issuing very shortly, is a AA plus rated bond. So this itself sends a very strong signal to the market in terms of their confidence on the long-term financial health and other things that the municipal corporation might want to indulge in. Apart from that, I think the financial safeguard and risk mitigation, which become a part of the structuring of the bond, are also something which are very, very important. The structured payment mechanism system that we undertook, and a lot of other municipal corporations might have undertook, the way that we went forward was that we tied up property taxation through an escrow account for a structured payment mechanism system, so that the payment is very, very regular. It is not dependent on the municipal processes. It is not dependent on the whims and fancies of anyone. That becomes like an escrow account. So whatever property taxation revenues accrue to me goes for the interest payment, so that the investors are very, very sure that there is not going to be an issue. Of course, SEBI looks into it in the way that we have structured our bond, and they take due care and precaution with regards to that, and that goes without saying absolutely. But structured payment mechanism system becomes something which is very important. And similarly, debt service reserve amount as well, which is 1 year's interest amount which we keep as a buffer, so that for any eventuality, as just a second layer of risk mitigation, that 1 year interest amount is already there in the account, which can be utilized in case of any eventuality. For example, even though the structured payment mechanism system itself is very, very robust. Then post-issuance also, so these were the pre-issuance which which are dependent on your credit rating, how you are structuring your bond, your regulatory compliance, etc. Post-issuance also, I think the timely payment to investors become very critical, which is reflected in the structured payment system that we make it. It is absolutely something outside the ambit of the local body. Frankly speaking, when people are dealing with local body, the entire democratic process, which is very robust in a local bodies, also become a bit of a stumbling block in a way for people to have the confidence. So Tiwari was very right, and I want to probably emphasize on that point. For example, when you go out to issue the bond, there's a huge lot of public perception also that you need to manage. We had to manage the perception in terms of the media, because the first refrain that people have is that is the municipal corporation going bankrupt? And especially for municipal corporations like PCMC, Vadodara, people take pride in thinking that we have enough cash reserves in our account. But frankly speaking, accumulating cash reserve is not the job of a municipal corporation. So we had to be at pains to create the public perception that debt leveraging is a concept, which doesn't trickle down very easily, or leveraging as a concept doesn't trickle down very easily into the humdrum of the local urban politics. But we need to be very sure that in terms of how we are structuring a bond, in terms of how we are building the investor confidence, that investors are absolutely clear that their interest payment will not be impacted by the local politics, and that is the kind of regulatory checks that SEBI also ensures, that we also ensure through our merchant bankers, and that is there very well inbuilt into the structuring of the bond. And then, apart from that, your regulatory and market disclosures, especially the role of debenture trustee, become very important after the bond issuance, and the regular, regulatory compliances that the municipal corporation need to do to SEBI on almost like a semi-annual basis on various counts, also send a very, very strong signal in terms of sending across that message to the market, both for the transparency part and the confidence that the market can have in the municipal corporation. So I think if these sort of things the cities and the municipal corporations can take care, I'm quite sure merchant bankers, etc., being hired by the municipal corporations also help them do their job. But I think what Santoshji was saying, I very strongly feel that as municipal corporation or as CAPO, we can't leave the whole job to the merchant banker itself. I think we also have the responsibility, and we followed that in PCMC. We need to be on the top of everything in terms of complying with the SEBI regulations, in terms of our own internal processes, and in terms of having a very robust framework for post-bond issuance regulatory compliance also. So I think if that can be done by the leadership in the cities, it makes things easier and creates that ecosystem of confidence on the municipal corporation before we issue the bond.
Bodies, it's the transparency will lead to system strengthening. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Arun, you've been an advisor to urban local governments like Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, Lucknow, Ghaziabad, that have previously tapped the muni bond market. In your experience, what are some of the critical factors that urban local bodies must consider while going for their maiden bond issuance, and what challenges did you face while working with different urban local bodies to help them in the bond issuance process? And do you also see the need for any further steps that need to be taken, maybe from a regulatory perspective, to simplify the bond issuance process?
Thank you. See, the first and foremost challenge is convincing these ULBs to get into a borrowing mode. The moment you go and tell कि we have to do a bond issue, we should plan for it, अरे आपने तो उधार में डाल दिया. This is the first mindset which comes from the political body as well as the executives which are there. This mindset has to change, because without borrowing there is no life. From individual to corporate to government level, everywhere the borrowing is there. So they need to be sensitized to this part, that borrowing is a key through which they can take up bigger infrastructure projects in the city, which can actually give better amenities to the citizens there. So this is first challenge which was there. Second is, apart from few leaders like PCMC, Baroda or Bombay or a few more cities,
majority of them, their accounting standards are not up to the marks. It's like they are following the accrual accounting, but it is not in true spirit which has been done. So at many places you find, if we say demand is there, then it is the actual collection which is there. So it is not an accrual. So this challenge was there, which we had to address. We had to go through their books of accounts. We had to generate that, segregate that accounts and into arrears and current demands and all. Third major point was getting data which is required for rating and due diligence. This process actually requires certain old data also, which due to lack of digitization or lack of proper filing with them is generally not available. So it was a major challenge to get into these three segments and get these three things right so that we can move forward. Typically, as on date, it is taking almost a year and a half to get one corporation ready to go for a municipal bond. So this is something which has to be addressed at the corporation level. Of course, the merchant bankers, the law firm will be there. They can assist and they can provide information on how to get it done. But ultimately, it is the corporation which has to do it. They have to take that step. And it is not only a mean of getting funds. Sujata ma'am, myself were involved with a state which is considered to be the pioneer in municipal accounting. The National Municipal Accounting Manual has been based on their state accounting manual. But after that initial thrust, everything vanished. Now, when we are trying to get into that data crunching mode, it's absolutely in a very bad state, to state it fairly. So, with these kind of regulations which SEBI has put in, say 5-year, 10-year bond issue, this will put you into a habit of maintaining that data in a proper shape, so that after the maturity, even after the maturity, 10 years you have done it, then probably you will not like to go back to the older system again. So these things are a must required things which has to be considered while going for a issuance.
Thank you. Mr. Tiwari, while you briefly mentioned that there was only a little bit of regulatory change when it came to the green bond issuance, but for the audience, can you tell us how the green bond issuance process differed from the previous bond issuance, either in terms of project selection, regulatory compliances, or even third-party certification that was required? And if Vadodara needed to put in some additional checks and balances to ensure post-issuance compliance with the green bond regulations?
Yeah, sure. All the requirements are generally same as a regular municipal bond only, and except this certification, which third-party certification. So generally there are, if we consider, there are I think only two known certificators. They are climate bond initiative, and another is, I think it is based on ICMA principles or something like that. So there are not many certifiers worldwide. Taking a just certification from second party opinion from any research organization, etc., can be termed as a greenwashing. But for taking a certification as per international norm is a tough task, and for that we need an independent verification report from independent reviewer. Means they are independent auditor type organization, and in our case, DNV Business Assurance was our independent verifier and reporter, whereas Climate Bond Initiative has given the certificate. But they can do the verification or opinion or certificate. But on what basis? For that, we have to prepare a document which is called as a green finance framework. So generally the cities which is going for this green bond or green certification, they should have the green finance framework, which has to be designed by our own self. So it is generally a 15 to 20 page document which specifies basically the profile of the city, how the project was selected for this for green bond, and how it would be impacting to the environment, what is the current status, if this project is being not implemented, then what harm it would be it is doing to current situation is doing to the environment, and if the project is implemented, then what would be the outcome. So these things we have to mention in that. After that, management of the proceed, how the fund flows would be there, how it would be used, what system we have for the making the payments, use of the proceeds, and after that, reporting is also there. I means what kind of impact reporting, how we would be doing, whether reporting would be on half yearly basis, yearly basis, considering BRSR, and the impact, environmental impact reporting, that is from third party only. So in our case, this is there, DNV is there. Apart from this, green finance framework also contains the various other initiatives cities takes regarding this environment, improving ambient air quality or making the city's environment safe and livable. So all these things are the basic documents which urban local body has to draft. Then they have to provide the DPRs, tenders, and all these documents. And on the basis of this, independent verifier goes through the norms of the green bond principles, ICMA principles, and in our case, climate bond standards, water criteria was there. So following on that basis, and our green framework, they analyze and give their opinion whether we are eligible for the certification as per the taxonomies of this climate bond initiative. And also there is a vulnerability assessment which has 5 sections, and each sections, whether we have to provide the details, whether we have the documentary evidence or we are disclosing this. So follow, and each section we have to qualify with more than 60 marks, and if we are qualifying, then generally we are eligible for the certification. This vulnerability assessment and the opinion of the report is given to the independent reviewer, gives the report to climate bond initiative certifier, and they again go through them and allot us the certification. So this is the basically a tough task. And in India, I think PSUs, government of India, state governments, banks have prepared, taken the certifications, but urban local body. So from the point of view of urban local body, Vadodara was the first city in Asia to draft a green finance framework and take the international certification. So I am here specifying that urban local body. Many government of India or the state PSUs, banks are taking it. So when we take the certification from the this green certification, we show our commitment towards our environment, how we would be contributing towards improvement of environment. And after that, impact reporting is there. So what I say, that this is the crucial part actually. Here it's not like that we are saying and fund is mobilized, we are used. If we are not follow, if the impact is not there, then the worth, the mobile fund mobilized is of no use. So this is the at present biggest challenge. After one more thing I would like to add it. Even though I think I or Pimpri etc., when they take the certifications or do, but at present we do not get any benefit for that thing, because in India we do not have a separate pool of investors for environment. So after spending 35 to 40 lakhs, and if my cost is increasing by 0.50 paisa, and I am not going to get the benefit of also the same, then how we would be convincing to our political wing. So there is a need that SEBI should or the investors, there should be a special pool of funds which is purely meant for the investment environmental projects. And in foreign we have this system, in abroad we have this system, where the fund which is borrowed, it comes to 1 or 2% below from the regular municipal bonds. So as per me, at present, this opinion and certification is the biggest challenge in green certification. Thank you. Shrestha, I think it's over from my side.
Simple fact that Mr. Tiwari also mentioned there's currently no separate pool for green bonds, right? What are you seeing on the investor side? What trends are you seeing in terms of an appetite for muni bonds and green bonds? And who are the key investors in this space, and what factors actually influence pricing and subscription?
See, in terms of, I'll talk about green bonds first. So, Mr. Tiwari sir is absolutely right. In terms of costing, if you see if any issuer who is launching the bond issue of 200 crore rupees for 10 years, so they are going to incur somewhere around 70 to 80 lakh rupees over the period of 10 years in terms of fees. So the total cost for issuing green bonds is somewhere around 70 to 80 bips of the issue size. But in terms of costing, in terms of any premium for issuing green bonds, there is no premium as of now. But of late, we are working on certain deals. We are seeing some interest from certain multilateral agencies. I don't want to quote names here. But maybe in next, maybe 2 or 3 years down the line, we'll see some, in case of green bonds, if any issuer getting the benefit of maybe 15 to 20 bips, then there will be beneficial for them. As of now, this market is under developing stage. There is no much spread difference between the normal muni bonds and green bonds, but we are hopeful that maybe next 1 year, because there are now around 9-10 issues in the pipelines. In terms of investor appetite, currently the major investors are PFs, and in terms of now few banks have also taken some exposure, like Bank of Maharashtra, Bank of Baroda, SBI Bank is also there to some extent. And one major investor from Gujarat, JSFS, is the major taker of Gujarat issuances. See, this market, if we are talking about PFs and these and multilateral, this institutional infrastructure institutions like NAFED and IFCL, they have also taken some exposures. If we take the total, if we consider the total percentage of investors, this is not even 10% of the market. Major investors are mutual fund, insurance companies, big banks, their treasuries, retail HNI. So this market is still untapped. In case of Indore public issue, we have done that experiment. So they got applications, somewhere around 9,000 investors were there. And in case of normal municipal bonds, investors are somewhere around 5 to 10. In case of Vadodara, that issue was oversubscribed by 14 times. Some 29-30 investors were there. But other than that, that number of investors are very limited. So in case, Thara member were quoting in morning that this shall be quoted as citizen bonds. So the original route for tabbing that citizen bonds is you have to involve the citizen of that city in the borrowing programs. So public issue may be the right approach. That is the one suggestion only, that in case of public issue, all categories of investor, whether it is retail, HNI, corporate or QIBs, all can be tabbed. And on other hand, in case we are talking only about institutional investors, then there shall be some kind of work. We are doing workshops with municipal corporations for the last 2-3 years. Some workshops shall be done with these investors, mutual fund, insurance, banks, and try to assess their appetite and their willingness to invest these papers. What are their concerns? And once those concerns will be addressed, I am hopeful that, because we are talking about, we compare ourselves with US markets, but US market, muni bond market is 4 trillion plus. We need to see the basic structure of both the market. In US, municipal bonds are tax free. They call it citizen bonds. And third, the transparency in terms of financials. So all these three things are somehow we are lacking.
Mr. Jata, municipal bonds are one of the avenues for essentially funding an infrastructure project, right? But several ULGs struggle with project identification and development. Could you share some suggestions on improving project preparation and development by urban local bodies? And also your views on whether there's a need for some support really to enhance project development and preparation, maybe by state governments or urban or the union government?
Very valid question. My 30 years of experience working with the urban local bodies, starting from the Bangalore issue, followed by Ahmedabad, and the whole lot of them up to 2005 and later. See, accounting remains a key challenge, project development remains a key challenge. As far as the municipal, the credit rating process or the actual repayment of the bond issuance, it is fairly delinked from the project. It is that the repayments are supported by escrow of property taxes, other revenue sources. Basic credit quality of the ULB is linked to its, overall own source revenues, systematic transfers from the state government, overall, expenditure management. But the fact remains that for ULB, when you go to the market to borrow, say through municipal bonds or other means, one, the project needs to be able to support to some extent. You can't borrow, implement a project and see a worsening in your fiscal profile or credit profile. So the project needs to be structured well. Not all municipal projects are themselves financially viable, but there are approaches to make them more bankable. Bankability in, say, water supply storage projects for municipal bonds, you do it through escrow arrangements, other revenue sources, and over a period of time you expect that property taxes, etc., will go up. The key challenge in terms of project preparation is that most municipal projects we have seen over the past 30 years or so, that these conventional engineering-led DPRs which have the design, the drawings, there's no really approach looking at the project from a financial viability perspective. Even it can't be made 100% viable, how do you improve it, what is the payback, what needs to be done, impact on municipal finances, that is hardly done. So this urban challenge fund which the ministry is talking about now is an approach to say that build in borrowing to the project development process so that viability, or at least the extent to which viability can be done, is established, and to make it bankable through other mechanisms. That needs to be done. Another very important parameter for ULBs is that as far as possible, our recommendation would be that maybe do municipal bonds or the sort of borrowing for projects which have already commenced, where your tendering has been done, DPR is available, and the last mile or the contribution which is not yet funded from other sources, you do through municipal bonds. The advantage of this is that the municipal bond money comes in a lumpy form, and if the project is already ongoing or incurring expenditure, you're able to expend easily. In many other cases, you do it for a greenfield project, the tendering is not in place, approvals, state government approvals may be in place, but for tendering takes time. So it is, and then you borrow the money, keep it in the bank, and you're earning much less than what you're paying for. So very, very important to avoid this negative interest arbitrage.
Just as Ms. Sujata already pointed out, Mr. Arun, she pointed out that projects essentially are not, in a way, all the muni bonds so far have been, I think, general obligation bonds, not revenue obligation bonds. So, and we know the state of affairs when it comes to levy of user charges. So even though the scenario needs to change, what really needs to be done in terms of innovative financial structuring or risk mitigation strategies that need to happen to improve the attractiveness of municipal bonds in the current scenario?
See, if you look at SEBI regulations, they themselves are well structured so far as giving a comfort to the investors are concerned. They have put in mechanism of escrow, sinking fund, interest payment accounts, plus they have put in a concept of DSRA, that is debt service reserve account. So the SEBI regulation itself, if it is followed in true spirit, is a fair safety mechanism for the investors. Now, looking from the rating perspective, maybe rating agencies would be requiring certain other additional measures so that they are also answerable to the investors. Investors keep questioning them also. So they may insist on getting certain additional points or additional cash collaterals to be kept as a security mechanism. So structuring should be done in such a way that it should not be a constraint on your own finances. Second, it should be acceptable by the market and the rating agencies. So in case of UP, like SEBI says 1 year DSRA, UP has done 2 year DSRA to give additional comfort to investors. In case of, say, Tamil Nadu, they have done probably 1.5 years of DSRA. So these things are there to support the investor confidence. One thing I must say, investors should also look at this perspective, that this is not a private sector. This is an ongoing concern. It cannot be simply closed down and shut down. And they have their own revenue sources. So getting into a municipal bond investment by investor, as Varun said, the investors also need to be sensitized that you have to slightly tone down your expectation, what you look at from a private sector paper to a municipal bond paper. So this also needs to be brought to their mind that you are dealing with a semi-government kind of organization. So that kind of structure may be not fully corporate, but with adequate security mechanism, they should be willing to go into this market. And with supplies coming in, you can have more and more investors coming in, because previously, last 3-4 years, the supply was not there. This year, as you said, maybe we can see a 50% jump. Yes, by April itself, you will see a 50% jump in the number of issues. So that's a plus sign for the market.
Ms. Sujata, as you mentioned, you've been involved in the space since the beginning, really. But despite significant steps taken by the regulator and incentives given by the central government, we still see a very tepid growth in the municipal bond market. So what are the major hurdles that are preventing urban local governments from tapping the bond market, and what needs to be done to address them to ensure that the bond market, as I mentioned in the beginning, goes to at least 10x in the next 5 years?
See, one issue is what Anurag highlighted, that the reluctance to borrow. And also this, earlier in the late 90s when the municipal bond market started, the attempt in Ahmedabad was to come up with a municipal bond without a state government guarantee, because there were a lot of fiscal constraints in the 90s faced by the government of India, the 1991 crisis and post that. So very few guarantees were available for municipal borrowing. So there was this whole attempt to develop a market without government guarantees on the strength of their own municipal cash flows. Also this talk of tax incentives. Again in 2002 there were Ministry of Finance, orders which gave tax incentives for municipal bonds. They were valid for I think about 10 years or so. There's not much uptake, after which this whole attempt dried up. Again, this retail bond market in 1998, Ahmedabad had a retail bond issue. Part of the issue was for retail investors in Ahmedabad city. At that time, a lot of improvements were made in the city, and then citizen involvement. It was a very visible improvement in the city before the bond issue happened. And the citizens were enthused to take up, investments in Ahmedabad. In fact, I've met a couple of citizens who've told me that they have framed the bond certificate and kept it because, it was the first time it had happened and it was a very important development in the city. We've again seen it in Indore, but it has to be mass-based. For retail participation, either the interest rate has to be attractive or there are tax incentives. I don't think in the current environment, Government of India is going to be one by one they're withdrawing all the tax incentives. I'm not really sure whether tax incentives will continue in terms of retail. So retail will have to be developed by saying that these are very safe, secure investments, like the Chief General Manager from SEBI mentioned. In the 30-year history, there has been no default. It's fundamentally because, one, it's a going concern, third level of government, independent cash flows, and the whole security mechanism put in place, the escrow structure, the interest payment account, DESRA, principal, the building up the principal repayment over a period of time, plus additional security as demanded by rating agencies. So definitely that has contributed to security. In terms of developing the market, I think cities still find it very, very difficult to issue bonds. The process, they find it quite onerous. Their accounting systems are really not up to the mark. So SEBI is required. The starting point for the municipal bond preparation is you have a project, a reasonably well-prepared project for which you want to raise money. That has to have its approvals in place. You have to have updated financial statements, audited financial statements with double entry, and later around the year unaudited for various quarters, half yearly, whatever. Cities just struggle to meet these very minimum. DPR may be available, maybe at some point you will get a state government approval for the project. But getting the accounts ready on time, and after issuing the bonds, periodically complying with regulatory stock exchange requirements of completing audited accounts within say 60 days. It's very, very onerous, which is why there's a lot of capacity building support needed at the city level. In the cities, you find the professional staff, they're largely engineers, or on the account side, you have, mostly accountants. Many of the cities don't have formally qualified chartered accountants also, but the people trained in accounts. So there is a skill gap in cities, which really needs to be addressed. So it has to be that if this market has to take off, one, addressing the accounting challenge, a more, a commercially oriented project development rather than just conventional government, that DPR, cost estimates and some engineering drawings. We have to slightly move away from that and look at a more wholehearted perspective. And of course, how to simplify this whole process, what is essential, what is not from a public disclosure perspective and safety of investors. I think that also needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can move on to the Q&A, right? We have about 10 minutes. Yeah, so let's open the floor for discussion. Any questions from the audience? So, okay. Somebody want
Yeah, hi. I have this question for Varun. So, Varun, the first part is basically a clarification, and then the next one is more of a question. That typically your muni bonds can either be, when it comes to say the bank treasuries, do they typically keep it under the HTM book or does it go under the investment book? One. Second, do you think there is, so if it goes actually into the investment books, okay, then there is a problem of MTM. Plus, we also understand that the liquidity is also on the lower side, significantly lower. So in that case, do you think there is any merit that some kind of, say, an MTM holiday or an MTM exemption is being extended to muni bonds? And if that happens, what kind of benefit can it accrue in terms of, say, the overall costing that you mentioned about?
So I'll divide your question into two parts. One is into HTM category or investment book, and second was liquidity. Yeah. See, as of now, as on date, in terms of whatever issuances we have, around 18 issuances of 5,000 crore rupees, out of which 2,000 was not under the SEBI regulations. So in very few issuances, there were certain banks there participated through their treasuries. Bank of Baroda, Bank of Maharashtra, SBI also is in PCMC. They were the investor in the last issuance for small tranche of 25 crore rupees. So as per our understanding and our discussion with them, they are keeping this under investment book. Because this papers like Vadodara and PCMC, they are short-term instruments, 5-year, and can be taken as a HTM also, but they are taking in investment book. Now, second point is liquidity. So, all municipal corporation as on date, they are maybe AA and AA plus. For example, Vadodara and PCMC both are AA plus. We have filed Chennai AA plus. We are going to file Surat again AA plus. So, and as per their constitution, if you see the definition of public sector undertaking, they are falling under the definition of public sector undertakings. I am talking about the trader point of view. So, in case if I have two options, AA PSU, under central PSU categories, we have only two, maybe NHDC or NEEPCO. AA and AA plus category. If you see the trading yields of those papers are maybe around 750, 760. If you come to the municipal bonds, you will get a straight away under the same category 30, 40 bips higher than the whatever the similar PSUs are giving in central category. Liquidity is not an issue because we are into that segment. For example, there is one issue by APCRDA, Andhra Pradesh. So they have done an issue of 2,000 crore rupees in 2018. So initially there were 3 investors in the primary market, mutual funds only. But now if you see the secondary market, there are more than 9,000 investors. In terms of, other than municipal bond, I will give you a simple example of UP Power. UP Power, they have raised around 30,000 crore rupees in last 7-8 years through bond market. Through institutional investors in primary, maybe you can count investor maybe 25-30. But if you see the secondary trade, again the number of investors are more than 30,000. So there is no question of liquidity. Whenever we get any quotation or any stock from any treasury or any institutional investor, so we have a market for that. I can't comment on that thing because this is not under my preview, that seeking exemption and other stuff. So, yeah.
I'm Alok Shiromani. I have a question for Anurag ji. So, you mentioned about accrual accounting and the lack of appropriate financial statements, etc. So accrual accounting and other accounting reforms commenced towards the end of 1999 in the country. And let's say 25 years now, we still, and mind you, TNUDP 1, 2 and 3, World Bank supported projects were undertaken in Tamil Nadu, and you mentioned about the 3 or 4 cities of Tamil Nadu which didn't have appropriate financial statements. So after handholding of more than 10-15 years, and I know there was very intensive capacity building programs going on there, we still don't have appropriate, I would say, financial statements. So what in your view should be the next steps, and how does one really implement? Because on the one hand, the ICAI and other bodies are developing accounting standards, trying to raise the bar. On the other, these municipal bodies really do not have the wherewithal to even implement relatively simple accounting, statements. So that's one part. The other, do you see any lack of capacity, etc., in managing the legal aspects also? For example, on a due diligence, whether the legal department, the law department in the municipal body or their law officer would be able to give you the real liability or the contingent liability that is required for a bond issue. Thanks.
I'll give you an example. At lot of places, we have seen the head of accounts, and this is not to demean any stream, the head of accounts being an arts graduate or a science graduate. And he has just followed what has been for last about 20-30 years since he has been in that position. This relates to capacity. He has just followed what has been forwarded to him for signing. So we have not seen practically whatever standards we have been adopting. We have not seen any practical thing coming down actually on the table. So why I was saying this, ki these SEBI regulations, see, one of the issues which I handled, almost 2 years now have passed. Now we have started to come to a level where the accounts are in a shape which can be said to be in a very decent stage. But it took us 2 years after listing and getting those SEBI post-issue compliances in place. Now things are shaping up in a way which everybody wants it to be. So if this continues, and this has to continue because of these regulations, then this another 8 year of maturity which remains there will bring in that habit of maintaining those standards. Because if you do not do those standards, your rating is at risk. You may be penalized by stock exchanges. So those things actually put pressure on these people to get it done in a proper way. So it's not a one-day process. It's an ongoing process. It will take time. So this is the way things are happening. Now coming to that legal aspect, see, most of them do not keep a day-to-day books of their whatever cases or whatever contingent liabilities they are having. During this due diligence process, one of the corporation, you will be surprised, when they listed down their cases or whatever disputes they were having, the commissioner was a proactive person. On seeing that list, within next 2 months, he was able to resolve through discussion almost 30% of those cases and disputes through discussions. So unless until you have a listing, you have a paper in front of you which says these things are to be done or these things are for your consideration, you will not be able to take any decision on it. So yes, it's a process, it's a lengthy process, but definitely worth going the way. Sir, accounting, I think Varun, as a CA, would be more better suited to answer it.
I will answer it, but I am not into this practicing and accounting stuff. See, may I know, sir, where you are from?
He's from our Washfield project.
Okay, okay. Sir, see, it is as per SEBI regulations, either it shall be as per the central account manual or state account manual or any other mechanism which is defined under their own act. So I can't commit much on that because we have seen in one of the case, in one of the state, now single entry is not allowed. SEBI never encourage a single entry system for municipal bond issuance. However, in their act it is mentioned this is allowed. So it's if you ask us as a investment bankers, so we will suggest that it shall be on double entry basis and properly on accrual basis. Accrual basis, sir.
Right. Any other questions from the audience? Yeah, I think.
Good afternoon. My name is Shweta. I am a consultant at Olympico. So I had this question. While discussing the challenges, it was repeatedly mentioned that there is a lack of interest in investors. So I feel like there is also a lack of knowledge dissemination. If we see the Europeans or the America's regulatory body, the EMA or the NELUS, they have a platform where there is knowledge dissemination in a systematic way where the citizen can track and monitor how the bonds are being performed or research is promoted. On the same level, whereas if we see the SEBI's regulatory website, there is very limited information on the issued bonds, or there is less promotion of research on the same area where the citizen can monitor and see how the bonds are performing and then take an informed decision. So my question is generic to the panelists. So do you think there should be some mechanism, or what do you think should be the next step in encouraging or promoting knowledge dissemination in this particular area? Thank you.
So, two things. One is in terms of any public platform where you can have access to the database regarding the past issuances. And second question was, first question I'll answer first. Last week only there was a launch of a website by NSE. You can check that website. This is NSE Muni Bond. So I was there as a panelist during that inauguration of that website. So that website is exactly whatever you are saying. That is the comprehensive website only for municipal bonds. For example, if you want to see the performance of Pune Municipal Corporation, although Pune Municipal Corporation is already redeemed. For example, Rajkot they have recently done in September 2024. So you can see, you can check the script of Rajkot Municipal Corporation, see the past performance of last 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, and entire information related to the issuer, whether it is a PPM or latest financial, everything is there. So that is now started in India also. Last week only they have launched, so they will keep upgrading that thing, and that was inaugurated by the whole-time member of SEBI. So that step was already taken up by the. Yeah,
you can look at www.indiamunicipalbonds.com, the website that Varun was referring to. So first steps have been taken by the regulator precisely for that reason, so that investors have access to the information that they need. Any other questions from the audience? I think. Yeah, so this will be the last question and then we'll end the session. Thanks.
जो layman questions, very simple, but how ULBs get benefit apart from raising funds for a specific project? Since ULBs have to pay coupon rate to investors and a project which is not a source of revenue generation at a later stage, why ULBs should go for bonds when a project for which the bonds are being raised is not a source of income for ULB. Because at one time, ULBs will go for further financial stress because we are taking funds from the public and we are going to pay the coupon rate or whatever the rates. And how central government or state government support ULBs in issuing citizen bonds, since I expect your return will be lower comparing to other sovereign bonds guided by RBI, and how the ULBs can convince a common man to invest in local ULB bonds. And my third question is whether any bonds issued by ULBs have good secondary market? Please.
See, Government of India and lot of state governments, they are already supporting these ULBs in issuance of these municipal bonds. Like Government of India has already announced since almost 8 years, they are giving an incentive of 13 crores for per 100 crores of municipal bond issue, up to 26 crore for a maximum. Plus they are also giving an add-on incentive for the second issuance, which has to be a green municipal bond of 10 crores per 100 crores, limited up to 20 crores. So this 13 crore or 10 crore, this actually helps that ULB in reducing the overall cost of their borrowing. Because this 13% subsidy is quite high, you cannot get it anywhere. Plus municipal bond it's not like a doctor's prescription that you borrow and everything will be resolved. It is a way in a right direction. You have so many sources of money available, but none of those sources come with the compliances which are required to bring in financial discipline and a good corporate governance culture. This segment of municipal bond actually helps through SEBI regulations in getting those transparencies and the governance system upright by going for a bond issuance. So I hope that clarifies.
I just want to respond. See, from a ULB perspective, there are multiple revenue sources, not just project, non-tax revenue, say from project income, water charges or sewerage charges. So in terms of capacity to pay, which is reflected in their credit worthiness, they do have capacity to service the bond. A ULB is in the business of providing civic services. So apart from, say, grants available from higher levels of government and what their internal accruals are, they don't need to borrow to make those projects happen. And the projects will, the borrowing can get repaid. They have capacity to, cities which borrow do have capacity to repay. So that's not the issue. The issue is more in terms of how to improve these non-tax revenues and user charges, which is more a political issue rather than a ULB managerial issue.
Just a small addition in that. Sir, I think you are from NDMC. MCD. So, see, in terms of what of your question was that why to raise money and to pay interest. Sir, I am working with municipal corporations for last 10 years and we have seen many municipal corporations, those are very cash rich. One of the major richest corporation is BMC. So, and they have a surplus of somewhere around 70 to 80,000 crore rupees. Recently, last month only, they have announced their budget, a proposed year. Of next 3 years, their total infrastructure requirement is 1 lakh crore rupees. So, initially, till very recently, municipal corporations had that view that why to incur when they have a surplus money. Once you will start doing infrastructure, maybe you need to have to do some efforts on top line also. You have to increase your user charges, property taxes also. And see, municipal corporation is not limited to a very, there is a comprehensive list in 243Q of Constitution of India. Maybe 20 functions are there, municipal corporations are maybe doing 4 to 5 functions. So once municipal corporation will realize that their basic function is to develop the infrastructure in the city, then they will realize that whatever they are collecting through property taxes or whatever they are keeping in the form of fixed deposit is nothing. They have to go to the market. They have to borrow maybe through bank loans, maybe through municipal bond or any other route.
Shrestha, I would like to add here, if time permits.
Yes, Mr. Tiwari, go on.
Yeah. So One thing is that urban local bodies generally have a very limited own source of income. And that is purely meant for managing its revenue expenditure, and hardly 5 to 10% is left for capital infrastructure in the city. Uh, World Bank survey report says that each city should have the capex of around rupees 9,000. And I am sure the many cities who are present here, including Vadodara, they are not even spending 4,000 rupees also per annum for capex. Okay, so the need of the urban local body is for infrastructure is very high, as the urban pressure is increasing, and everybody is knowing that the urban population would be more than 45% in coming years. So borrowing the money would be the main thing for this for is important actually, whether it could be from loan or bond. But why bond? I said that it improves ourselves, it makes it gives, means when we are going for the bonds, we are improving ourselves due to various compliances and disclosures which we have to make for the cities. One of the question was that regarding the secondary market of this bond. Yes, secondary market at present is not there as it should be, as it is in equity, or it should be. But when there would be large number of investors, or investors appetite would be increasing, then the secondary market will also would be evolving. Thank you.
There's a time check issue.
Municipal bodies do not have a long-term capital investment plan. Does MCD know how much money it should be spending, or it would be spending, in the next 5 years? I don't think you even prepare a capital investment plan. Once you make that plan, then you will know what is the infrastructure funding requirement that you need. And then, responding to your point whether we need to go to the market, Tiwari ji has already responded that market forces the municipal body to improve its functioning and governance, right? You can have a blended finance. You can choose whether government grant, term loan from a bank or a financial institution, or going to the market can be blended to bring in the appropriate cost of capital. It's nobody is forcing you to go to the market. It's for you to decide. But do municipal bodies even think in that direction? To my mind, you see, under JNNURM, we had done a study on about 12 top financially viable or, creditworthy cities of the country. And the learning from that study was that most financially sound municipal bodies do not want to borrow because they think they have enough money and they are just putting that money in the bank, while the ones who actually are not financially creditworthy, they want to go to the market or they want to borrow because they lack the funds in their hands. So it's quite a catch-22 sort of situation. But borrowing as such is not a panacea, nor is it a very appropriate thing unless you can put your money to work. Thanks.
At that note, we'll actually end. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Singh, Mr. Tiwari, for joining us online, and Mr. Arun, Ms. Sri Kumar, and Mr. Kaushik, and for the lovely, engaging audience. I'll hand over back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to our panelists for a great discussion. Sorry to cut this short, but we have an equally exciting second panel coming up. Before you take your seats, may I just request you to come forward for a photograph? So our second panel discussion for today is titled The Role of the Private Sector in Municipal Bonds. From financing local infrastructure to enhancing market efficiency, private institutions such as investors, underwriters, credit agencies and technology firms play a vital role in supporting municipal bond markets. Today's discussion will explore how partnerships with private institutions can drive sustainable municipal financing and shape the future of public infrastructure investment. I will just introduce all of our speakers and also requesting each of them to come on stage as I call out their names. Firstly, we have Ms. Astha Talwar, who leads the capital markets team at MV Kinney Law Firm, New Delhi, and has vast experience across equity and debt markets, particularly in emerging fields such as SMEs and municipal bond markets. She has worked with several municipal corporations across India in issuing their maiden bond issuances as well as green bonds. Next, we have Ms. Rajshri Murkute. She is Senior Director of the Infrastructure Ratings Vertical at Care Edge Ratings. She has over 22 years of banking and industry experience with a specialization in corporate credit ratings. At Care Edge, she has led multiple rating teams across diverse sectors within corporate and infrastructure verticals. Next, we have Mr. Ravikant Joshi, an urban finance and management specialist with over 40 years of experience in municipal governance, finance, and capacity building. He is a former Chief Accounts Officer of the Vadodara Municipal Corporation as well, and he has played a pivotal role in urban financial reforms, including spearheading the implementation of accrual-based double entry in Gujarat. He is presently a member of the Government of India's High-Level Committee on Urban Planning and has also worked with several global organizations such as the World Bank, IFC, ADB, etc. Next, we have Mr. Saibal Ghosh, a seasoned financial sector leader with over 30 years of experience in investment management, risk mitigation, and strategic growth. He is a founding member of Bandhan Life and currently serves as the Chief Investment Officer. Previously, he was the Chief Investment Officer at Bajaj Allianz Life and General Insurance as well. Beyond asset management, he has also served as Chair of the Risk Management and Nomination Committees at Godrej Housing Finance Limited, where his leadership contributed to a credit rating upgrade to AA+. Next, we have Ms. Subbalakshmi K., who is the CEO and founder of Municipal. She has led a pioneering initiative in India by creating the first national municipal database which has given credit scores to cities. Her background as a credit rating expert and her experience as the head of public finance and infrastructure ratings at CRISIL showcase her deep expertise in financial analytics and infrastructure. The session will be moderated by Ms. Neha Kumar, who is South Asia Head at Climate Bonds Initiative. She drives policy, strategy, and partner programs on climate risk and sustainable financial ecosystems. Her current areas of focus include transition and resilience finance and the role of financial policy and regulation across DFIs and MDBs. She also serves on the committees of the IFSCA and Niti Aayog on climate finance and is also a member of the technical committee constituted by the Ministry of Finance on the development of the climate finance taxonomy. While most of our panelists are with us in person, Mr. Ravikant Joshi will be joining the session virtually. So we welcome you all. Thank you for agreeing to be here, and I hand over the stage to Ms. Kumar. Thanks.
Thank you very much. This is the second session, and I can assure you that it will be the continuation of first session because so many questions that were discussed in the first session will probably go deeper into this session from different perspectives of different market-making stakeholders, so to speak. So thank you so much. I think it's a stellar panel. I will learn a lot. My job is that how do I ask hard questions to my friends on the panel. Okay, but I think municipal market is all about hard questions, so we'll try to find solutions. That's where I would like to take this discussion. What I heard in the last session and in the speeches before that, two things. One is that there is movement, that, municipal issuances, I mean, we heard that the supply is going to increase and perhaps this year is going to show that there will be more municipal issuances, and I hope all of them are green. And I hope all of them are certifiably green, verifiably green. But also in terms of borrowings that the municipals have been doing, that has also seen an increase. If you look at last 4 years or so, I think nearly 4% growth in also borrowing from banking institutions. So, while the landscape is full of questions to be resolved, both by municipalities as well as the ecosystem around it, let's look at a little bit of the process question and scale question and how to bring scale in the market. So we have, in this panel, of course, an investor, legal firm, rating firm, and, yourselves, of course, Mr. Ravi is there, and, Subha, you are here, who has done quite a lot of work. Let me begin, I think, first from the rating perspective, because that remains, I think, a fundamental challenge. Only 36 municipalities, I think, Rajshri, they are investment grade in India, and very few of them, I think, only 10 or 11, I think, in the AA category, whether minus, plus, or whatever. And so I would like to pointedly ask a question to you that it has been pointed out that these municipalities are not regular corporate entities who have been going to the market. So what are, first of all, tell our audience, what do you look for when you rate a municipality? And what has been your experience in rating the municipalities and how different it is from other entities? Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Neha, for that question. So, okay, when you first asked me about what's been the experience from a rating agency point of view, this goes back, say, about 2007-ish, so it's pretty old. Since then to now, we've actually traveled a long way. The original experience has been, if I can term in just, one word, it's a mutually learning experience. Unlike most of the other rating assignments which we traditionally do for, say, corporates, etc., the fundamental difference that has come through when we have, rated these municipal corporations or the urban local bodies is the mindset. Where is the need coming from? Now, municipal corporations, we've also heard in the previous discussion session, there is not too much of need from the municipal corporations to go out and seek external funding. Not that they do not need funds for, the developmental activities or for the capital development projects that they undertake or for the other objectives. But the fact remains that there is a large part of funding which flows through from the center or the center, which is where the necessity for them to go about and seek external source of funding was pretty much low. And as we speak today, it's still somewhere closer to that state. So when the proactiveness or the initiative level, when we compare with the corporate borrowers who are kind of looking out for debt finance from a banker or approaching the capital markets, there's a stark difference. And from there comes the entire method of, they complying with the requirement which is necessary for us to complete the rating exercise. So in a nutshell, if I have to say, in case of municipal bonds, the need was one thing which was something kind of lagging behind, but now we've actually seen a lot of interventions from the regulator, the government push which has come through, intermediaries have been very active, rating agencies also have been equally supportive of the whole drive. We see the information repository which has been set up by SEBI and all of that, collaborative work which has come through, plus a positive word of mouth and referral which has come from the existing municipal corporations who've accessed the capital market, and that has set a good note. We have a long way to go, but yes, the beginning is done. Now coming to the second question which you said, how do you review the municipal corporations? So what do you see when you rate these municipal corporations? Prima facie, the rating philosophy or the fundamental philosophy doesn't change whether I rate a corporate or I rate a municipal corporation. The premise is the ability, judging and taking an opinion on the ability and the willingness of the issuer so that they pay on time. That doesn't change. What changes is the underlying metrics. And in that context, considering municipal corporations have a different role to play, they have a different, the frameworks are pretty much different. They're broadly divided into something like, financial and non-financial parameters. We would look at something, say for instance, what is their economic base? What is the economic risk of that municipal corporation which it is operating? What is the diversification? Now diversification, if I compare with a corporate, maybe there, we would look and examine what is the revenue diversification, geographical diversification, product diversification, and so on and so forth. Compare that in a situation of a municipal corporation, there it will be more about a revenue diversification. How much of it is basically the municipal corporation is in a position to generate on its own with limited or minimal reliance on a state or center towards grants and etc. Effectively, that gives you the confidence and the cash flow resilience as and when required to ensure that whenever the repayments are coming through, at least the municipal corporations don't have to depend back on some other flow of funds, right? So the diversification has a different meaning when I'm examining on a municipal corporation vis-a-vis a corporate that we do. Secondly, if we look at things like industry risk. Now for a corporate, definitely the industry risk is paramount because that's the sphere under which they would be operating. You would have to look into the dynamics of what are the prospects of the industry, the demand, supply, etc. And then you try to drill it down further on the corporate and the impact that it will flow on. But for a municipal corporation, there's no specific industry. It's a culmination of multiple things. So there, what becomes very important is the economic risk. What is the demography area? What is the social setup over there? What is the industrialization? What is the propensity of the people, in that catchment area to kind of pay for additional fees as and when there is a demand and so on. So higher the industrialization, you would try to build it on the per capita income sources, their ability to pay taxes or user fees, etc. So there's a fairly large and a very in-depth methodology that has been worked out specifically for the urban local bodies, which is also published on our websites. But just to put it in a very summarized way, the underlying philosophy remains the same, the symbols remain the same, right? So it's all about the ranking methodology where you would kind of assess on the financial health of the municipal corporation vis-a-vis also their cash flow ability and the collection efficiency vis-a-vis what is it's expected to develop. Because one of the important role of a municipal corporation also is to ensure that there is a good amount of development in that area. It may be social, it may be welfare and so on, but there has to be a developmental role which municipal corporation plays. So that effectively, is it incentivizing the people staying over there to kind of pay additional taxes, which in turn will lift the own revenues for the municipal corporation. So this is a very broad method how municipal corporations would be looked at, but there are multiple other granular aspects which I think we can...
I think we'll come to those, and I will move to my other panelists right now, but I will park a few thoughts to take up with you in the latter round, which is that think of scale or scaling this market, and think of green, and think of pooled issuances. So from a rating agency, and I know that Care Edge also provides assurance, so think of assurance. So how would you think all of these things coming together? We will come in the second round, but I'm parking this right now because I will be moving towards green aspects of municipal issuances also. And going now to you, Astha, as part of even general regular issuance process, legal aspect is extremely important and there are due diligence aspects involved in it. two things I would like to ask. One is the SEBI regulation, which is purely for municipal issuances, and SEBI's green debt security regulation. How do they sort of conflate due diligence process? What is your experience right now when you talk to municipalities, because we heard about compliance, etc.? Yeah.
So, hello. So basically, while going for both issuances, if you even go for green bonds or for municipal bonds, the basic requirements for a municipal bond have to be complied with.
Sure.
Since 2019, the process of due diligence has excessively increased. Before that, it was very limited in cases of private placement, which most of the municipal corporations are coming these days. As discussed in the earlier sessions also, or by Thara ma'am, it was said that all the projects that are done by municipal bonds are all green bonds. But most of the municipal corporations, there are very limited corporations who are going for green bonds. So there are two aspects to it. First is when you are going for the green bonds, you have to do the compliances and some extra compliances that are, I can say, extra disclosures and extra post-issue compliances that are not required during normal municipal bonds, with respect to what is their objectives, what is their decision-making processes, what are the social risk and the environment risk doing the green bonds, and especially the green certification. So, which as on date, that's a hiccup for the municipal corporations because it involves a lot of cost, which they are little or more than that, they are very reluctant to go for that. So that is one of the major reasons the municipal bonds are right now being, while even doing due diligence, the main question they ask, अच्छा कितना पैसा लगेगा उसमें, कितना हमारा issue size का amount लगेगा?
Can you give an indication how much additional cost comes into play when you talk about green disclosures, if I could put it like that? Because somewhere I think that there is, some of these costs can be absorbed over a period of time and they can get leveled out, and some part of it is just simply inertia, right? That it is a lot of cost and a lot of new steps to be taken. So give a little bit of an idea, how does that play out?
I agree. So there is the problem is at the moment, like you yourself are from Climate Bond Initiative, which is a internationally recognized agency doing the green certification. But at the moment, with the corporations coming out with SEBI, if you see, only there is one corporation who has gone for such kind of a certification. Whereas there is the others, the process is so long for the green certification, and along with the other disclosure requirements that they have to do, which also takes a lot of time for them to complete. So in totality, the process has become so long as on date.
When you say so long, what I mean from your perspective, because I can tell you that certification process, as far as from our end is concerned, doesn't take more than 7 days.
No, the problem is, but you don't get those information.
Correct.
Only.
So I just want to get this idea more clarified in the house, that when you say legal and compliance and processes and disclosures are taking so long, what is it that it's so long?
See,
and how long?
See, currently I would say it is taking at least 6 to 7 months. Why?
Okay.
Because we don't get the information. The information is not there with the corporations. The records are not there with the corporations. So till the time, I'll give you a small example. Like we have to do a litigation disclosure. And when we ask the corporation, they themselves are not aware of how much litigation is pending against them. And when we go, they will tell us we have, for example, we have only 5 cases. And when we go to the website and do our own due diligence check, there will be more than 100 cases pending.
Okay.
So the problem
I think this is what we also heard in the previous
records
session,
are unclear.
that there isn't that kind of record keeping, there isn't that kind of maintenance of either financial, non-financial records, which makes this whole process of coming to the market much more cumbersome. So there is a lot of organizational level improvement that's required. Let me move to a slightly more market perspective now. I'll come to you, Saibul. You know, you will you probably speak from the investor's perspective. Despite all of these compliances, what is your one big argument in terms of why are you looking at green asset class, or why would you like to look at green asset class?
So, first let me tell you very clearly the kind of knowledge here people have about muni and green bonds. I don't have.
Sure.
I can only give you the investor's perspective. When it comes to making money, the color of the bond doesn't matter.
Okay.
Frankly. So, I'm answering a generic answer for both muni and a green bond. Yeah. So, for a bond investors, the way the typical psychic, the way it works is that we deal only with the downside. There is no upside. The upside is well defined, that on a fixed rate, at a fixed rate, your capital will be serviced or it will come back to you. So as a result, by nature, we are very censorious people. We just see downside. And when you cannot assess the downside, you say leave it. In case of typically the green bond or muni bond or whatever you may call it, the biggest problem which we face, and I was hearing others, is the scale or the size. It is so minuscule. Forget about Bajaj Allianz, but in this company also, we are still not a large fund managers. But with a 30,000 crore fund, if I can take a 300 crore of municipality bond and get a 50 basis point spread, which the other gentleman from AK was talking, my overall yield movement will not even be 1 basis points. So why should I care? And I have a limited resource. I have a credit rating analyst. He can analyze the corporate bond book very well because those are uniform. But here the complications are far too many. It's as Madam was saying that rating is not only on the basis of the financials, but you have to understand the local socio-political scenario or the relationship between the state government and the muni and all the stuff. Who is going to take so much of trouble? So whenever those kind of report or those kind of proposal come to my desk, my first question is that can we really spend time for such a small amount? So that's a problem. I think I know it's a chicken and egg problem. As it will scale up, maybe the things will change, but it will not scale up unless. So it's a.
So it will not scale up unless what? Because I asked this question in the light of the numbers that you heard, that infrastructure, urban infrastructure itself would require billions and trillions of dollars. Yeah. It's absolutely not going to be able to be financed by state budgets or even grants and aid. And so investment will have to flow in. And yes, the volume that you're talking about is a barrier, and we have heard about it. There are also other barriers. For example, mutual funds and others, they do not invest in lower than AA, those kind of things. But is there something of a solution that you can imagine, that maybe if there was Pension Fund Authority of India or Insurance Regulatory Authority of India, which were to say, okay, because we heard about pools of capital, Mr. Tiwari was talking about it, can something like this be imagined in the Indian scenario, or would you like that to be the case?
Yeah, look, today very regulatory entities like life insurance companies or general insurance companies, it is a permissible investments within the limit. We at any point of time invest 15% of our portfolio in infra and green bonds and all the stuff. It falls under that. Yes. But then it competes with other bonds which are available there, say. Yes, the spreads are higher in the sense the yield is higher, but still the amount is not so much that you can move the needle of the overall portfolio. That's a problem. The second problem is, and I think where they can work, is that muni should issue more and more longer bonds. Because as a life insurance company, we are the servant of the liability side constraints. On the liability side, we are writing 30, 40 years contract of human life. So obviously on the asset side, we require longer bonds. if, in fact, last couple of, I think last issuance was Ghaziabad or something I was saying that they were coming up with, I think the issue is going on, I don't remember the many name, it came to my desk, and there are two strips, in the sense one 4-year paper, the other one is 5-year paper. I mean, we don't require, I mean, our ALCO will not permit us to invest in those kind of paper. For mutual fund, the problem is even worse, because in mutual fund, the liability side is open. At any point of time, people can redeem their fund. So they require realizable assets, or a net asset value which they publish. It has to be realizable. I can sell. If I can't sell, I'll not buy. So that is a problem. Coming back to your question is that what can be done? See, I don't have much of an idea, but when I used to manage Aegon's fund, Aegon is a global asset management company. In US, people say that US market is so aggressive and so developed and so mature. But if I'm not mistaken, in US market, 80% of the US muni bonds are tax-free. So it's a Fed tax-free or the local state tax-free, both tax-free. And there the perspective is completely different. Without those tax-free status, I mean, very difficult for muni bond to be bought by the market. And also they have, their ability to increase the or impose the tax. See, when we see sub-sovereign, we are buying a sub-sovereign. Why it is sovereign? That in the event of a shortfall, they can just go and increase the tax or impose the tax. That ability is much higher in the US municipalities, it seems, than here. So all those problems are much deeper for me to, tell you that how to go ahead with. But
definitely, I think you've touched upon some of the structural problems which are not municipality related. They're just simply that they're not fiscally autonomous. So they do not have the capacity like other municipalities in the US. But let me again come to the other part of the problem, which is about information, data, etc. And so I'm looking at you here because you set up Munify, which does a tremendous job on trying to reduce the information asymmetry in the market, in the municipal market. So one, if you could tell us what led you to establish, what are those pain points that led you to establish Munify, and where do you still see a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of reducing information in asymmetry between the issuer and the market stakeholders?
Thank you so much. So my work on municipality started with CRISIL when we were working on so many innovations. One was, of course, the straightforward municipal bond, revenue bonds, pooled finance, and we were looking at bond insurance for this market. And a lot of this stuff did not really take off. So I knew what had to be done to fix it. First of all, there was a lack of transparency and there was no information plumbing. I call it basic plumbing. Somebody has to put out this information infrastructure. So we really actually started with a library, when I left CRISIL, just to see what is the interest. In those days, we used to go to finance secretaries with RTI letters and then get these documents. About 3,000 users happened over a period of a year, most of them students and research scholars. That's when we thought, okay, there is an interest, we should go forward. And then we sort of created Excel spreadsheets with the help of philanthropic organizations for open market access. And then we thought that, you have all these Excel spreadsheets, but they're all of different formats, different account codes, budgets are presented in different languages. So if a national market is to be developed, all of them must be comparable, all of them must be readable. So we actually wrote a taxonomy to align all this data with one set of codes based on the National Accounting Manual. And then we created an SQL database and all of them became comparable, and there was so much enlightenment when we saw this. The second reason I started working in this space is, there's this Amrit program that was happening. About 500 urban local bodies were asked to take a credit rating, and more than 484 or so took it. Now you see there's hardly even 20 of these ratings available in public domain. Most of the municipalities did not want to cooperate year on year or pay the rating fee. From their point of view, they were not going into the bond market, so why incur this expense and sharing of this information? So it was just a one-time exercise for everyone. I thought it's much better for the market to have a view on all municipal corporations. It may not be a proper credit rating, but if you knew where they were in terms of credit score, in terms of their financials or the operational data, that is the first step to creating a market. And as a person who has understood this market, I know a lot of private sector players need to be here, far beyond the government and traditional bank funding. A lot of bank funding is based on guarantee funding, so we were very interested in looking at structured financing. And for a lot of these new instruments, we went about making the plumbing, the analytics, the credit scores, and now I think we are very ready for online markets, like you have in the corporate sector.
Thank you, Subha. You know, I mean, all of what you all have spoken is the basic stuff which has to be in order for municipals to come to the market or to borrow. I'm thinking, what is that additionality that you see in green as an opportunity to set some of these things right? So from your own perspectives, what could be simplified? I mean, of course, there is a lot of homework to be done, and I know that Ravi is waiting at the other end. But this is something that I would just like to, this will be my last one question to each one of us. How do you see the green as an opportunity from an investor's point of view, from legal point of view, what can be simplified, from assurance and credit rating point of view in terms of pooled issuances maybe, and from your perspective, which is, Subha, you know, your Munify, how does that look at green opportunity? But going back to Ravi, is Ravi there online?
Yes.
I can't see him. Yeah. Hi, Ravi.
Yeah. Am I audible, I think?
Yes, yes, you're audible. You're not visible to us, but my question.
I'm not getting your voice now.
Am I audible?
Hello. Now, in
Okay.
between, I lost you.
Okay. No, I was just saying that municipalities seem to require a lot of incentives. There's always an argument in favor of more and more incentives. So, from your point of view, what kind of incentives, especially for green, would actually make things work?
Okay. First on the incentives. In fact, incentives have distorted the thing. If you see all the bonds which have happened after 2017, when the incentive came in, a well-intentioned incentive by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development or Government of India to boost or to encourage the municipal borrowing has played other way around. In fact, all the bonds which have happened, they are limited to 200 crore to just claim that 26 crore. So it has distorted not the market, but the municipal behavior. Municipal bodies are not looking at the bond as a means of financing their requirement, because earlier Alok pointed out that cities do not have capital investment plan, except two cities which we are recently working to prepare the capital investment plan for, Indore and Ahmedabad. Rest of the cities don't know what they require over the period of 5 years or 10 years. So first they don't know what is the demand for their infrastructure. Then they don't know how much money they will require it and how they will able to finance it. So financial requirement is not required or known for the municipal bodies. And simultaneously, we do not have a system wherein a city is analyzed that what is the need of the city for urban infrastructure, how much potential it has, how much resources it has, or potential to increase the resources, and then how much gap it has in financing its infrastructure needs, and then how much it can bring it through the borrowing or different options, PPP or municipal bond for that matter. So there is no financial operating plan, there is no capital investment plan. So cities have just responded to claim that 26 crore. And every city has borrowed just 200 crore, which has no correlation with their need or their capacity. One study we did for World Bank report, the 20 cities can stand 70,000 crore rupees capitalization or borrowing. Against that, their total debt on their balance sheet is 5,000 crore. Because we do not have any development accountability on a city in a normative terms that this is what you should deliver to the people. And this is what is you are capable of, and you should optimize your capacity. Nothing like that kind of a assessment is done. And therefore, that incentives, I'm not really for the incentives. Yes, there is a point that in US there is a incentive, tax-free incentive. That could be the option earlier as investor perspective was showing that private investment will not happen because ticket is very low. But retailing, if investment has to happen, then cities will have to convince people, and at the same time, people must get the incentive. At the moment, incentive is on a demand side, that is, municipal bodies going for a municipal bond. There is no incentive to the investors. So I think I will stop here. If you have any additional questions, so incentive need to be removed, and at the moment, incentive, the kind of incentive is there. That incentive should be scalable, as SEED report is pointing out. Putting 13 crore for 100 crore and maximum to the 200 crore, and then it becomes a top-down approach. So just cities have gone and completed the checkbox with no correlation. Everybody want to get married sooner or later, and just to comply that need that, okay, I have raised.
Thank you, Ravi, and I'm full of questions, but I also had Cyber saying correct and correct and correct. There should be more incentives for investors. So what are those incentives that you're looking at, Cyber?
No, so I think one incentive could be, so one incentive is already given by the issuer by giving you the higher rates to attract investors like us. I think, as I said, the biggest problem is the size. And when the size, overall size is small, but also the supply is fragmented, means 200 crore, 150 crore, 100 crores, very difficult to evaluate those opportunities. So maybe consolidation of that, I don't know how it's going to play out, but something of that sort can play out. And second, some of the, overarching body, maybe a big bank, I'm not naming, or a big insurance company where government has some influence on, if they could give a two-way quote every time, in the sense that at the market rate for both buying and selling of the bonds, that will ensure some liquidity in those bonds, which may attract mutual funds also to step in.
I don't know how much time are we left with. Can somebody indicate how much time are we left with? 15 minutes, okay, fine. Let me just add a little more complexity to the subject, which is around green. And, the kind of losses and damages that a city, because of various green pressures, is facing. They are the largest emitters of greenhouse gases, plus the frequency and severity of incidents that can completely disrupt life. Correct. Okay? A lot of it will fall in a very negative way at the city government level, at the city level. So that planning cannot be 1 year long planning. It is already, so what I'm hearing is that in any case there is no long-term financial planning, and you layer it with the climate resilience planning, so to speak. So that is simply non-existent, right? The third thing which I want to sort of bring into the picture is that a lot of these investments, from the climate perspective, why we keep on saying capital markets are a good source of money is because a lot of these investments require upfront large kind of monies to be invested in. That perhaps a short loan tenor from a bank may not be able to, that may not be able to, to furnish. So given that there are these challenges, and since I work on green bonds and green lending, etc., I wanted to bring this in. Now I want to touch the question on aggregation. Would it, or pooling, would it be possible? Because from my understanding, hardly 1 or 2 pooled issuances, if that is, so why is it not happening when there is a possibility of doing that? Is there something structural that needs to be done better? And see, there are international examples where a urban development fund or an agency big at a larger than city sort of a level, because of its better ratings, can collect those projects and can actually get more volume back in. TNU DF did experiment with it, but I don't see anything. So from an aggregation point of view, maybe I would go first to Rajshri, then to Saibul, and then I will come to others.
See, aggregation, you're right. I mean, this concept has been there, but it's not been picked up or appreciated as much as we would all have wanted it to be. The primary reason and the resistance, to my mind, comes from the core aspect that the municipal corporations per se are not so keen to get into that whole arena of disclosures, go into a capital market, do the entire exercise, when first the requirement of funds is not as much to go into an external agency. I go back to the same point. Second, when they have an access to a bank finance which is more simpler, somewhere that need also kind of settles down for them to explore the new complications of going to the capital market and so on and so forth. The underlying projects, most of the municipal corporations are definitely engaged with things which kind of fit into the green bond initiatives, right? Around the water treatment plants and then sanitation, etc., etc. From the rating standpoint, there is again no change between a green bond and a corporate bond. Effectively, the cash flows, which even if a green bond issuance happens from a municipal corporation, they are not being paid out of that particular project, right? They are not really revenue bonds. They would be again escrowed, or the entire property tax revenues, more stable and more sound sources of the municipal corporations are what are available for the green bond issuances. For also the green bond as well as the corporate bond issuances. So aggregation, to my mind, has to be something which is more again a regulatory push. Municipal corporations have functioned only when there is lot of nudge coming in from a mandatory, from a regulatory, that standpoint, rather than a need which they have realized that they have to go out and explore capital markets. Green bonds, definitely we have more savvy investors, largely from the overseas, as in the global investors who are keen to invest in all these ESG initiatives, etc., and which is where it makes a better case to have green bond issuances. But I think it's more of a push factor which works for municipal corporations, bring about a more collaborative effort between those municipal corporations to pool in their cash flows. A structure has to be set up, and then only that.
See, when I'm bringing us back to green a little bit, and just look at the problems of air pollution or even solid waste management related problems, landfills, etc. These are huge problems, and in many cases, actually, a PPP or a joint venture structure perhaps will work better. So and that may bring in scale, that may bring in also the idea of actually going to even international investors, investing in those PPP structures. Would that be an idea that will excite investors, Saibul and Rajshri?
In any case, even if you look at the current union budget announcement where they come out with this, urban challenge fund, that also speaks of a PPP participation, equity, and a component which is coming in from the center. So all of this per se is in a manner to have that entire, upliftment in the bond market, especially by the municipal corporations. But at the same time, yes, if you ask me, all the underlying activities which they do, will they be good enough to attract overseas investors? and so on. We need to have that critical mass. Today,
No,
we
I mean,
don't
they're
seem
also
to-
constitutionally constrained by themselves to attract overseas. Those are
Definitely.
different financial structures that may come into
Absolutely.
play. Should I come to you, Saibal, and I want to go to Ravi because, yeah, also, and then
I
to...
think aggregation will definitely work because for the market players like us, by market players I mean to say that who have access to the entire bond market, which is where municipality bond is just another category. For us, we don't have neither the capability to underwrite the municipality bonds in a fragmented way, nor we have the time because, you know, an overall time allocation and given the size as I discussed that we don't want to do that. So there, if there's an aggregation guy is there and his bond is issued. But there we need somebody like, I'm just giving an example. I know it's a very crude example, something like IRIDA. I mean, I would rather buy a IRIDA bond at 50 basis point lower level than, you know, evaluate a particular 150 crore bond issuance. So this is the
scale
mindset
for you
of-
is really, really the big thing. And Ravi has, I think, I completely agree that somewhere this incentive has distorted the borrowing pattern because the limits of the issuances are there 100 or 200. And I think it's just because of that particular incentive, unintended effects, as we say. But I hear you. Ravi, I do want to know whether you're online or not. Are you there with
Strongly suggested for smaller municipal bodies, whether TNU, DA, example of Maharashtra, 25 municipal corporations. And if every municipal corporation prepares the CIP and there is a FOP, I'm sure a 5,000 crore rupees or even 8,000 crore bond can be structured for all those 25 municipal corporations together. So aggregation will help, but aggregation for the bigger cities. Aggregation for the smaller cities has been advocated and the pool finance mechanism hasn't worked. Only 2 or 3 things have happened and that too earlier time. As rightly market requires a bigger, and then if state has a credible intermediary like TNUDF, there is a, as he was pointing out, IRIDA. So that intermediary does the aggregation. Even UP has more than 25 municipal corporations. A bond issue of 5,000 or 10,000 crore aggregating the demand, and then there is a supervision and then monitoring by the state level financial institution, which is backed by then state guarantee or other measures. I think that aggregation will work, and then the investors will come. Second issue need to be done that some places, when Madam Thara was saying, see, government can give special dispensation to its life insurance companies and all that. If private investors will not be interested to invest, but a certain amount of the capital investment can be every year put forward that LIC and other government operated or government regulated long-term finance companies will invest into municipal bond. Then that money will come for this. And finally, it is only again, as I said, demand side, but on demand side, nobody knows what is the real demand, how much leveraging is to be done, and how leveraging will be beneficial. All those aspects need to be done the capacity building. Why municipal bodies are not going or why there is no demand? Because our municipal bodies, beside financial management, lack the project management capacity. In fact, they are not able to use their grant funds. When they are not able to eat their free lunch, which agency is going to go for borrowing? Look at any municipal body, they are over heaps of funds, unspent. And as I earlier said, there is no normative development accountability. And because we are not assessing financial performance of municipal bodies in terms of what is their capacity, what is their delivering, and why they are not optimizing. All these performance standards or performance monitoring is not there. So cities merely not spending even the capital funds received from the central government and state governments, and central and state government schemes don't get implemented in time. We know they, instead of 5 years, they go into 10 years implementation. So when grant funds are not utilized, there cannot be effective demand by the municipal bodies unless until there comes a development accountability and there is a strict monitoring on their performance, and they are put to the task by the higher level agencies. So three suggestions: one, development accountability; one, special dispensation to invest by the public sector investment company or regulated companies; and third, aggregation for bigger municipal corporation by a intermediary, credible intermediary, so that there will be a big ticket size where private investors will be interested.
Thanks a lot, Ravi. May I look to you, Subha? I mean, when you think of this kind of a model, and actually I think I will walk out of this thinking of ideas, because there are solutions which have emerged from Munify, or from that, because there will be a lot more information that will be required. Janagraha has put city finance, which is out there, which puts a lot of their financial statements and other statements for the public domain. Where do you see sort of the second leg of Munify contributing to this kind of movement?
Yeah, in fact, we are now developing an online financing platform, an aggregator platform for the loans market. Okay. That, for instance, Rajamundry Municipal Corporation a month ago announced they want to raise a 25 crore bond issue. At the rate of 25 crores, you should just be going to an online loan market, not really bonds. And this suggestion that to aggregate the large bonds is very welcome, but you could also think of another thing, that there could be dedicated municipal banks, it doesn't have to be state specific. That issues about 3,000, 4,000 crore worth of bonds and only lends to municipalities. And even the excess liquidity or something can be transacted through the bank itself, so that, it is in daily touch with all these municipal issuers, and there is a way for them to provide liquidity for the repayments, as well as some kind of an access to their inflows from the state government. So you could look at a municipal bank, or you could look at municipal bond insurance. Something like NABFID is talking about a partial credit enhancement, but it could become a full-fledged bond insurer. So then these insurance companies are really dealing with the bonds put out by the bond insurer. It has a ab initio AAA rating. It is rated AAA, and it lends its rating to the other municipalities. So it can do a 4,000, 5,000 crore bond at AAA, and then in turn it could be lending to the best of the municipal bonds, and in which case you need to have an idea of the risks that you're undertaking. Then you need sophisticated databases like Munify, not just some raw data put there, for them to be able to understand, okay, these are the credit scores, this is the liquidity problem. You need a lot more sophistication with the information infrastructure. There's so much ground to be covered, and we're just making a beginning.
And what I can tell you is, and that's what I like about green bonds, that a lot of green data comes because of simply the transparency. So where the money is going to, which projects, whether there will be some impact over the years, is a very exciting proposition to my mind. I'm coming back to you. You'll have the last word. I think there may be time for one question. Is it? Okay. Yes, please. What would you like to say after hearing that? Do lawyers make things complicated, or are they willing to make things easier for municipal issuance?
See, we do make things complicated, let's be very honest. But seeing the SEBI regulations and the requirements for disclosures, SEBI is trying to balance out at this moment that what are the investors need, like how much transparency they would want from a municipal corporation, as well as how much a municipal corporation is required to give to clean up their own houses. Because at the moment there is no there's a requirement of self-cleaning within the corporation, so that they can provide the information and that kind of trust and transparency to the investor, so that they are also comfortable in investing. Because at the moment, if we see, there are very less corporations who have come up, and to that extent their financials were also not even in that stage for that current year when they were coming. So it takes time for the corporation to get prepared, but yes, before going for the municipal bonds and coming to the market, I would say the corporations are required to do self-preparedness, doing basic things like digitization, preparing their records. the projects for which they are funding, they at least have DPRs in a proper manner where there are details about the project, about the risks or the environment. If we go for the green thing, the green disclosure or how it will impact the society to whom they are serving. So these are the basic small steps that are required with the corporation. Then they should come towards the market, and then maybe investors will also have much better trust in them.
Thanks. Opening it to the audience, do you have any burning questions? Okay, it's lunchtime, everybody's hungry. Yes, yes, please. Siddharth, you've put all your questions in the previous session? You're absolutely satisfied there is opportunity here? Okay, fine. Okay.
So my question is towards Mr. Ghosh. You mentioned about insurance, life insurance companies which have which typically need to repay, after a, say, 30-year period. And you mentioned that they have an asset liability mismatch. So municipal bodies typically don't issue bonds for 30 years, right? Even though some of their projects will last 30 years or maybe more. Let's say a water supply would last 30 years. So typically I would have thought that they should have raised a bond repayable after 30 years, maybe in tranches, 10, 20, 30. So what in your view is the way out? What prescription do you have? Does an incentive, a tax incentive, like in the past, a tax-free status help? To my mind, it didn't, because many of the investors were really tax exempt or didn't even get that shield to be sort of, interested. So what is the prescription for the government or for bond issuers?
Yeah, I think the only thing which I can think of, because, when you are taking a call on a particular company or particular organization for more than 10-year maturity, you cannot take any credit risk. That's the biggest problem, because you are taking such a huge interest rate risk. You cannot take credit risk. It has to be a AAA. Now a municipal corporation getting a AAA, you also see the extant issues and all. There is hardly a AAA. So I think the only way is that if there is an overarching regulatory institution like IRDA or I don't know, something of that sort, which will have a government backing, a AAA rating, they will be able to borrow at a much lower rate from the institutional market. And mind you, there is a huge demand. Yesterday I was in REC. I was telling them, why don't you borrow more than issue a 20-year bond? Because there is no supply of more than 15-year bond other than government securities. So we have to, by compulsion, have to buy for these papers, the government securities. But if there is a government-owned organization, a AAA, issuing 15, 20 years bond, they will actually command a very fine spread over government securities, because demand will be huge for the real pickup. So I think that's one of the options which I can think of offhand. If it has answered your question.
Heard people say that government incentives kind of distort the market. And
some of them, it's the volume that they are distorting,
right.
At least to my
and
mind.
For example, easy money or cheap money like Amrut or JNNURM kind of crowds out, bond issuances. So what's the, what is the way out?
No, I think the only way out I can think of is what I said, that I don't see any other option. See, incentive, there's a two thing. One is incentive by way of tax-free status and all those stuff. That's one. The second is you make something where the investor has a demand. Now here I can tell you that from a long-term investment perspective, there's a huge demand. The insurance AUM is more than 60 lakh crore. It can absorb 10, 15,000, 20,000 crore just like that. It's not going to take much time. So it will solve your problem for the time being at least.
There's a question on that table. Yeah. Siddharth.
Yeah, so Mr. Ravi talked about this entire distortion that has happened because of the incentive schemes that's there. Do you think somewhere these incentive schemes are wrong and are perhaps not conceived properly? Because if you are giving like 26 crores, then you know you do a backward calculation, 200 crores, done and dusted. So instead of that, do you think that it makes sense that now when the number of issuances are also increasing, then you have to have a graded response kind of a thing wherein you say, okay, for that incremental amount of issuance that you do, you get that extra. So rather than giving, say, 13 straight away for 100, maybe it starts with 2, 3, then it keeps going on increasing. Is that the only way of doing this, or is there any other thing that you feel can be an incentive, at least for the issuers?
Anybody on the panel? The kind of incentives that you would like to come to be given by the government? Ravi, can you hear?
Said no, it should be great. It should be dependent on the requirement and the way city is going. See, 200 crore raised by any big municipal corporation is nothing. It doesn't solve its problem. It was just raised for sake of getting that 26 crore. No, the rules and regulations and conditionalities need to be changed, but the incentive should be increased more so that a municipal body will have a real incentive that it should go for a larger ticket and it should be utilized for the urban infrastructure improvement of that city. Cities enormous require investment. Our cities are not doing investment. There are cities which have capacity but not delivery, and nobody is questioning. They are sitting on a heap of funds. They are not able to use their own revenue surplus. They are not doing leveraging. They are not even spending timely the capital grants which are there getting under the Smart City Mission, Amrut and all that. And finally, they are not even pushing themselves to provide more normative, qualitative urban infrastructure, leveraging their capacity. And nobody is analyzing cities this way and ranking them this way.
So you want to...
So just one thing, that if you look at just the numbers, so a 13 crore thing for say a 5-year period gives you a discount of say approximately 2% of the coupon.
Yes.
Now that's too much of a incentive that is coming right now. So that is where I'm saying that rather than giving this this amount of 2%, do you think that's a little too much of an incentive for a municipal bonds? It should be much more rationalized, and maybe that is where it goes higher as you go down with the tenor and the amount, both things.
So maybe I can, because I think we're coming up on time. Ravi, do you want to come in terms of whether it is too much or too low? The 2% subvention?
Too much. At the same time, the ticket is small. So even if in a percentage term it is higher, I am going to get only 26 crore. So I'm just going and taking 200 crore. But I agree with him. That is what I said, graded, that it should be low at a lower level, but it should go higher as the city does more and more often it does the leveraging.
Yes.
I have a slightly different take on this. Initially, when the incentive was announced, I said, what is this that the government is doing? Why are they, doing this? But I feel it is what has kickstarted the market. When there's no leveraging, or at least some leveraging is happening. The other type of leveraging or the borrowing that is talked about is purely state government guaranteed borrowing. So that's not true borrowing. So borrowing on the strength of their own cash flows, balance sheets is only through municipal bonds. 13 crores is leveraging 100 crores. If you look at the leverage ratio, it's pretty attractive. If you don't look at it as 2% incentive, but when somebody is not borrowing at all to get them to leverage so much, why not?
So, I think my response to this, and with this, if you allow me, I will also like to summarize our discussion. One is that incentive structures need to be designed given a sort of a holistic understanding of where you want to take your cities and where you want to take your municipalities. The intent and the statement of intent from the government of India is clear. They have told cities and municipalities to look for alternative sources of capital expenditure. They will not be able to support it. Now, if that's the clear sort of statement, I do not think that we have all the pieces of the puzzle arranged in a row. On incentives, while I agree with you, Sujata, that it is a push, and right now there are such few and far between the issuances, so maybe it needs to be carried on a little bit further. But all of these things should be subject to review, should be subject to how the market is growing. From my panel, from this panel, what I take is, and I would like to see if the panel also thinks, that if we actually pinpointed our initial interventions, targeted large municipalities, looked at aggregating of that, I think a 10,000 crore municipal issuance market in the next 2 to 3 years is possible in certain states with all of these incentives in place. Can that be an ambition which we can set for ourselves? It will mean that we are actually working in a very focused manner to demonstrate. It would mean that we will not spread ourselves thin to the lower rated municipalities. It will mean that state government, federal government, etc. will be able to see some of these things that they're possible. So the Urban Challenge Fund kind of a scheme by national government, a NAFID-like institution which is also looking for scale, absolutely looking for scale, they're totally driven towards urban infrastructure development, but they're looking for scale. But going back to what Subha suggested, those are the kind of things that they can do, in terms of really making that data available and looking at all the risks that they can actually evaluate and look at larger pools of issuances. So, not one clear answer, but saying that let's put our efforts in a targeted segment of municipalities and probably aggregation platforms could demonstrate that things are possible in a shorter period of time. Is that something that we can take from this panel? Okay, so we have a unanimous panel on that there is possible, and there is that municipal market is not an idea whose time has not come. It is very much here, and we need to work in a much more focused manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please just come forward for a photograph. A big thank you to both sets of panelists for extremely enriching discussions today. We are running a few minutes late, so I'd just like to quickly call Mr. Gagan Sidhu back on stage for his closing remarks.
I think Charmi was being pretty generous when she said just a few minutes behind, and I think I'm also conscious of the fact that I'm the guy standing between all of you and lunch, so I'll make sure I keep this to 5 minutes or less. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for what has been a really engaging set of discussions for me personally, and I'm sure for you all as well. Just to really quickly recap, in her keynote address, Ms. D. Thara shared views on some really important points. The first was democratizing, I would say in my own words, democratizing the municipal green bond market by ensuring that even smaller ULBs are able to tap this source of capital. The other important point she made was how inculcating a habit of borrowing, repaying, and gradually escalating the amount of credit could be an effective tool to develop that market. How pooling of issuances. Now, pooling of issuances is something that we heard a lot of in the last panel as well. How pooling of issuances could overcome that small ticket size hurdle. And I think lastly, how existing schemes and interventions which may not have been specifically designed for the Muni Green Bond market, how learnings from those schemes and interventions could be leveraged to develop the Muni Green Bond market. In his special address, Shri Debashish Bandyopadhyay highlighted SEBI's role in strengthening India's municipal bond market, the evolution of SEBI's green bond market and the green and municipal bond market frameworks, SEBI's recent initiatives to boost municipal green bonds, as well as highlighting the road ahead for India. The presentation that followed highlighted some really critical points with respect to Muni Green Bonds. First, the fact that Muni Green Bonds could mobilize tens of thousands of crores or billions of dollars by 2030 with the right interventions. Secondly, nearly 60% of municipal bonds issued over the last decade could have actually been labeled green. They could have been labeled green, but they were not. So a large, significant missed opportunity. And missed opportunity, why? The same report also found that the green bond issuances or the labeled green bond issuances actually benefited from some level of price, some sort of price advantage. So clearly, you have a pool of issuances which could have been labeled green, which have not been labeled green. And finally, a set of interventions as summarized through the RISE framework, which could actually kickstart significant volumes of Muni Green Bond issuances. We also benefited from enriching discussions in the two panel discussions. The first one on municipality experience with raising debt capital and bonds touched upon several insightful points. The need to enhance financial management and accounting practices. How technology could be leveraged to improve data availability as well as improve ULB's own revenue collection. Ensuring transparency and investor confidence. The importance, and this is really key, I think this came out in almost every discussion, every point made, the importance of shifting the ULB mindset to one where they overcome the reluctance to borrow. This, I think, is at the foundation of everything here. And of course, there were points made on the procedural differences or not, as the case may be, between the issuance of green and traditional municipal bonds, as well as the strengthening of project preparation and project development capabilities, which really comes down to the one point made which underlines a lot of what we've been talking about, is also bridging the skills gap at the Muni level. The panel on the role of private sector in municipal bonds was just held right now. I think those points are very fresh in your memory, so I'm not going to recap those. But really, I think I'll just recap the whole proceedings by saying that, we covered a lot of ground here with respect to India's transition to the greening of finance at a local level. And, I'd like to thank all the team members who have been part of this effort, who've worked incredibly hard to both put the report together as well as this event. It takes a lot of people to ensure things go smoothly, so thank you very much. And in closing, I would just want to express my appreciation to the audience as well. I'm confident you all would have learned something more today. And we at the CEW Green Finance Center, we really look forward to updating you more and more in the coming days on all things green that we're looking at. And with that, I'd just like to draw the dialogue to a close, and please join us for a networking lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you.